So what I'm looking at here is the rotations of the chest. So one thing I'm kind of noticing here, the torso is countering the motion of the hips this way, kind of keeping the head straight. If we watch the character's head, and especially kind of their neck, there's not that much motion to it. It's not like they're doing this as they're sitting on the horse. Honestly, the big motion that we're seeing is in the chest. And if we look at the side view, we can definitely see that, where the character is curving here, which it looks like the most curvature is right here, which is kind of the horse's up pose. And then the opposite is kind of near the down pose, somewhere around here. Okay, so that's the rotate forward on the body, typically RX. And then RZ, side to side, is kind of countering that. And there's not a lot of RY, which there shouldn't really be any, because usually RY, this rotation, the twisting rotation, happens when our body is countering what our legs are doing as we walk. This character isn't walking, they're just sitting. So that rotation is going to be very slight. There's going to be a little bit in there, but we don't have to go crazy with it and have the character doing this on the horse. That's going to just feel weird. And Cotter, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. My favorite representation of Dutch in film was in Far From Home. Far From Home. I'm sure I watched that one. It was exaggerated, but I was dying because it was so true at the same time. I love stereotype humor when it's done well, and especially when it's the good stereotypes. I really like, just because it's fun to see what other people think. Oh yeah, Spider-Man: Far From Home. Yeah, that you're right. That was really good. I just love to see how people laugh at Canadians. Usually because, like, oh, they're so apologetic and they're just kind of this weird group of people, and it's like, yes, we're weird. Americans, yeah, explosions. I'm trying to think of. I know a lot of Canadian stereotypes, but I'm not a huge connoisseur of other stereotypes. I know with Americans, it's like explosions, action movies, like Michael Bay, kind of just like that. Yeah, there's danger, and it's just like, take out the guns and dive right in. Whereas most people would be like, whoa, whoa, whoa. No, it's just like, right in. So yeah, just explosion, like, just wherever they go, there's just an explosion behind them, just, and they're just walking away, put the glasses on. Things like that, I love that kind of stuff, especially when it's kind of positive stereotypes. I'm not a fan of negative stereotypes. If it's negative stereotypes that the country itself embraces, then that's fine. Like Canadians being a little bit silly and goofy. Like, you could almost say that's negative, but most of the Canadians, like most of the people here I know, we are kind of silly, and like, that's fine. Yeah, British tea stereotypes, which is the same with Japan and tea. I can't drink tea. It makes me sick. I don't know why. Which is like, when I see a place like Britain or Japan or any other country that drinks a lot of tea, it's like, how do you guys do that? I just don't get it. How can you drink this stuff? I know it's good for you. Like, that's the big thing. It's like, tea is supposed to be really good for you, but I just can't drink it. Let's see. yeah, French cheese, wine, baguettes, les cigarettes, with the beret and the French beret, with the French striped shirt, mimes. And you need to put it on the hilarious. It was like, yeah, yeah, exactly. That phrase is very like stereotypically American. F yeah, and not the F yeah in like the negative way, but just like we're doing it, yeah, like 100%, 110%. Cigarette is it's not French. Interesting. In Canada, like the cigarette stereotype is definitely French, and I think that comes from partly the Quebec not stereotype, but like from Quebec, the French part of Canada. So that's interesting. So that's actually the other thing I really find interesting, just in terms of what's the word I'm looking for? Of stereotypes, I guess you could say, is the differences that you have in different countries. Some people have like stereotypes for other countries that other people don't, or like for us, like Belgium, it's chocolate, like Belgium chocolate. Oh, like that is the thing that is known for. So that's interesting. It does make sense though, because I know a lot of Belgian comics have like have cigarettes and stuff. So that actually makes a lot of sense now that I think about it. French fries. Yeah. Fried foods, fried or deep fried Oreo. That's a big one in the States. I actually got to try one once. It was actually pretty good, surprisingly. About there. Lean them forward. So I'm just finding the extremes, which is around the ups and the downs. And once I have that in place, let's key this in here and create the cycle. Oop. Actually cycle it. Willoughby's, they kept saying Switzerland. Yeah, I need to watch that. I'm hoping to watch that hopefully this weekend. I have a bunch of good memories about Belgian culture. My mom is from Belgium. Oh, that's awesome. That's so cool. Yeah, I don't know what it is about their comics. Their comics are so good. I love French, Belgian, like that whole kind of area. Italian comics as well. There's something about those comic books I really like. I'm not maybe it's just because I didn't grow up with them. I've never been able to get into Asterix, Tintin, or Tintin. I love those. I've never been able to get into Western comics. So like Spider-Man and all of that. I like them, but I've never I can't sit down and read them for some reason. It just doesn't catch my interest. But I could sit all day and read Les Schtroumpfs or Lucky Luke, Tintin, all of those. I could read those like all day. What was the other one? Titouf or something. What was it? It was always in the back of the Schtroumpf books. Yeah. Schtroumpf in French. Yeah, Spirou. That's it. Spirou. That I never really read Spirou, but I love the art style, and whenever I would see a little thing of it, like I just wanted to read more. Oh, I would love suggestions for comics. The main thing is finding time for them. It's always time. But I love reading comics, especially with really good art. Okay, so I think I've got the positioning of the spine pretty good here. like timing wise. It's not perfect. Might need to just offset it a little, but it's pretty close. Asterix is awesome. It's a shame that the creator passed away, or the artist I should say passed away recently, but I love Asterix. I ended up reading, I found a collection of them, like a ebook collection, and I just read them all a few summers ago. It was really nice. So, have you ever seen the last Asterix from... I don't know if I did see the last one. I'll have to look it up. So let's focus here. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm looking for when the spine now changes. So for example, we can see that the most extreme is kind of right here at the up, when the horse's foot is there. Now, it changes very quickly here, and then holds a little bit more there, and then here it's the same thing. So they change quickly and hold more. This is very important for me, because what it means is I can just add some keys like so. So change quickly, fast, and then slow. Fast and slow. Fast and slow. Fast and slow. We get something like that. Let's see how that feels. And actually, let me double check my poses here, because I want to make sure that this pose is when that foot should actually be maybe around here. Seeing the Domaine des Dieux. Yeah, I did see the Domaine des Dieux, the cartoon version. If it's in the book, I have to read that. It was really good. Okay, yeah, this one's fine here. And let's see. Ooh, I saw a question. I'm trying to do a shot where a character picks up a sword, but I'm having difficulty setting up the constraints to where the sword leads and the hand follows. I can definitely demonstrate that for you. Oh, you actually worked on Le Domaine des Dieux? That's awesome! Man, I'm gonna have to rewatch that. That's so cool! Oh, I love that film. It was really good. I found it captured the style very well. Because the other 2D animations for Asterix and Obelix were always really good at capturing that style. And when they announced that they were going to do it in CG, it's like, oh, but are you going to be able to capture that feeling from the books? And they did. I found it was really good. And now there's another one that I haven't seen yet, but I'm really excited for. Let's see. I feel like the spine is going too far back here. Just a little. I want it to be straight, but not so straight that the character is like whipping themselves backwards. So something a little bit more like that. Now they're probably a little too far forward. Let's kind of split the difference. Tone that down. One of my Gobelin mentor worked on the last one. It's super cool. Nice. Is everyone an animator? I think most people here are probably animators. Small part on it because it was my first animation project. Lucia and Petit Minus were blowing on the fire. Oh, nice! That's so cool. Okay. So I think I've got the main rotation in the chest here. Now it is going to look weird because we only have one rotation. This is one of the big things when you're working in the layered method. It can be very easy to go, oh man, it doesn't look right. I need to keep fixing it. Always keep in mind that until you get all the rotations in there, it's most likely not going to look right. You need to get all of the rotations in before something actually looks correct. So always keep that in mind. So let's actually focus on the rotation of the body now. And for this, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy the rotate Z of the hips. So let's copy that. Take the spine, all three of these. Let's take our rotate Z and paste it. So now that curve has been pasted on all of these, and then I'm just going to scale and invert it. So now it's going to be doing the opposite. Now, this looks totally wrong. It's way too much. And that's because I've pasted on 3 different controls. So it's technically going to be 3 times more than it should be. And let's also make sure that we cycle it. This sounds like F-Zero. Oh, Duke Nukem. I'm unemployed. See you soon in the next production. It would be awesome if people like met up on different productions. Like if we all met up at some point in different times, that would be so cool. So we've got that. So now you can see that's countering the hips, which is exactly what I want. But it's a little too much. I can also offset it by 1 frame. And now we get just a slight offset where the hips are leading and then the body kind of moves after. Okay. Now there is something odd. It's almost like there's a pop in the cycle. And probably because I need 1 more frame right there. That would help. Helps if I actually cycle it properly. Okay. So let's tone it down. So basically what I want is to just take all of these curves. I'm just going to scale it till when the character is sitting straighter on the horse. Oops. Something along these lines here. So now we should get that nice countering motion in the body. And it's pretty much done. There you go. So I got pretty much all of the body animated already. So if I want to polish this up, what I can now do is just offset the curves slightly. So maybe let's take all 3 curves here. So 1, 2, 3. Go to my graph editor and I'm going to go into the stacked view here. And I've got another control here that I shouldn't have. Okay. So rotate Z. So we've got all of these. So stacked view that just shows them one on top of the other. I'm going to go to view, curve names, and just turn that on to always so I can see which one is which. We've got spine, spine 1, and spine 2. So the lowest one is spine right here. So with this, I can create some offsets. So let's take spine, offset it 1 frame backwards. So that's the lowest spine, that will move first. The top spine will be 1 frame after. So we get this slight offset throughout the whole spine here. And that should give us a nice kind of organic feeling to the spine versus everything moving all at the same time. Now, if I wanted to go even further with this, I could take the lower spine, scale that up a little, make that a little bit bigger. Spine 2, scale that down just a little bit. So now if we go back to a normalized view, we get that. Where we have these slight variations in the scales and motions. And that should give us a nice kind of natural feeling to that spine. Very quickly, very easily. Okay. Now, we need our rotate Y. Now, the rotate Y, it's not really doing much. Again, it's not like the character is strutting along and twisting. So a lot of the twisting is going to be kind of a byproduct of the other rotations. So the forward rotation and the side to side. So I'm trying to think which rotation here. What would influence that side to side? Or sorry, the twist. And I think if I take my side to side rotation here, let's try this. Let's copy that. Select all our spine controls. Rotate Y. Or sorry, on this rig it's the rotate X. And let's paste that. So this is going to add a lot of twist. And once again, let's... what do I want? I want to cycle it. Curves, pre-infinity cycle, post-infinity cycle. So, with that, we should have this big twist on the body. If we kind of look at from the top view here, you can see there's a twist now. So that's actually nice, but it's a little too much because now we feel like the character is doing this. So I'll tone that down, but before I do that, let's actually retime it so that it happens with a slight offset. So we kind of create this slight rotation to the body, ever so slight. It just kind of gives some extra depth to that motion. I think right around there is good. Okay. And then let's just tone it way down. There we go. Probably still a little too much. Again, there's just not that much motion in that control. So we've got that. Okay. I think the rotate Y, there's something slightly off with the rotate Y. In this case, that's the kind of forward back motion. There's just something about it that feeling a little off. Ease that a little bit more there. No. That's too much. It's ruining the timing right there. She needs to start moving faster here. If anything, what I need to do is just take this peak and offset it 1 frame maybe. Yep, wrong peak. There. So No, that feels best. This character is really good. The Zelda rig is so much fun. So we've got that. Now, the main problem here is that we're still missing some controls. There's still a lot that's not quite working here. So, let's see, what do I want to get working first? Maybe let's do the head first, because it's basically just the head that we need here, whereas the arms, it's the whole thing. So once again, for this, the main thing I do is I look at my reference and I try to understand what's going on, and part of that is kind of finding the extremes. So for example, the head down, when it's rotated down here, the most is kind of right around here, which looks like to be around the down pose of the horse. And then the head up is kind of just before the up of the horse here, so kind of just before the extreme on the body. So what this tells me is that the head is not really overlapping with the horse, but kind of leading the motion. It's not just kind of flopping around. Let's also look at our other rotations while we're here. So let's look at this here. Yeah, so down, up, yeah, okay. Now there's a head tilt here too. And it looks like it just follows the body with a slight offset. Okay. So, let's do that. So, find the down pose. That's contact. So the down is probably going to be about here. So on the down pose, the head is down. I'm going to exaggerate this. I always try to make it bigger than it really is. Go to the up pose here. That'll be kind of level. Down pose again. Head down. Up. Head level. And then find the cycle. So 28 and then right there. That should be our cycle. So 31. So we have that. So let's focus on that. Oh, I always forget I need to cycle it. I need to make a hotkey just for these. I use it so often. Okay. Okay. So we get something like this. Now that's a lot of rotation, but I'm just using that to kind of find the timing of it all. Making sure that the head kind of hits those lows at the right time and make it easier to compare with the body. Okay. I think that's actually pretty close. I want to double check something here. Okay. The head is pretty even as it's going up and down. It's not... there's not a big kind of hold and then fast and hold and then, like, it's just kind of even and smooth, which makes sense because otherwise you'd be starting to give yourself brain damage by snapping your head around too much. So I think what I'll do is just add some keys here just to control the curve a little bit more. So basically all I want is just to make it not quite so linear. It's not pushing it too much, but just trying to avoid the boring straight default curves, I guess you could say. And Prakash, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. So let's go into something like that. I think this could be retimed here almost. It just feels like that would be too fast there. Okay. Something along those lines. Let's see how that feels. A little too much. I'm feeling a little too much of that hold at the top and bottom. So let's tweak that, make it a little more even. Okay. And then scale it down. So I know as she's looking forward, so at the peak here, she should probably be looking a little further down, because right now she's just looking at the straight horizon. Her default pose should be kind of looking further ahead, but probably towards the ground a little bit. So I want that to be kind of the most she goes up. She shouldn't be looking up at the sky. And then I just need to go here and scale the curve down until I get the lowest point I want. So maybe around there. And that gives me that head overlap. Now again, it's going to look very strange because we only have one axis working right now. That's going to make it feel like it's... that's the right word I'm looking for. It'll make it feel like it's robotic, because it really is. There's no way we can move our head in this kind of way where it's just one straight axis. There's always going to be some tilts to things. So we've got that. We'll call that for now. We might come back to it. Now we need the side to side. So to do this, I'm going to take the side to side of the chest. Let's copy that and just paste it on the head. Like that. And let's see what that gives us. Let's see. Maybe I'll try scaling it up, see how far we can go. Maybe around there. And I'm going to offset it one frame. There we go. Now we've got the head motion pretty much in place. There's still a little hitch in there. Kind of watching the nose. And there's like a little bit of a linear point to it. But that's going to be something I want to clean up later when I start refining curves and polishing. The reason for that is that little hitch in the nose could be something in the hips. It could be a translation issue. It could be a rotation issue in the spine. It's not necessarily in the head. Oh, this is Maya. So Maya 2019 specifically. And Sneaking Weasel, hello! So let's see. So with that, I do want to add in a little rotate Y to the head. So once again, I'm just going to take the rotation in the spine here and make sure I use the right one. It's rotate X that I want from this, and then onto the rotate Y of the head. So take that, paste, boop. There we go. And Sneaky Weasel, thank you so much for the follow. The cape only has IK controls. I haven't honestly animated with the cape, so you're probably right on that. It would be. I would have to try to make a. No, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of something else now. Of taking those IK controls and simulating them, because you can do that. If you do it right, that would be kind of cool. Hey, I just noticed the song. Perfect fit. Yay! Because if you could simulate those IK controls in a way, that would be really cool. It would simplify a lot. At least for getting the base motion in there. So let's see how this feels here. Probably want to offset that one frame as well. And actually, I just thought of something. I copied rotate Y. There is a rotate Y attribute on this. What I should do, I'm gonna just try this. I'm gonna copy from the hips here, and I'm gonna replace the rotate Y, or in this case the rotate X, on the spine. Because I think it's going to be ever so slightly different. But bigger. So, yeah. Let me actually undo that. We'll buffer the curves first. And then paste. Okay. Yeah. Put a bit of an offset in there, because then I can just take these, scale them to flip them. Yeah, so this actually should give us a little bit better rotation in the spine. So I don't know why I didn't think of it before. Even though the character is riding the horse, there is a little bit of twisting in the hips coming from the rotation of the horse, not of the rider. And I could use that for the spine to build in the kind of side-to-side motion. And that should actually feel better, because it's going to be kind of working with the horse's motion a little bit more. It'll feel more connected. Okay, we'll go with that. And then we'll copy that, go to the head, rotate Y, paste, maybe offset it one frame. And there we go. So we've got something like that. There is something off. Whenever I look at it from the 3/4 angle here, there's something that's not working quite right in the spine. I can see it in the head. Let's kind of look at it without the controls. And Marin Mons, thank you so much for the follow. I so want to play Ocarina of Time or any Zelda game. It's been so long. Oh, Zelda games are so good. I did animate. I animated 28 frames. So this is a 28 frame cycle, and right now all the curves are just offset. That's the big part of it. So, for example, if I select all the controls on, like, let's say just the upper body, you'll notice that if you look at the timeline, it looks like it's all animated on ones, but it really isn't. Every curve, let's look at this stacked view here. All the curves are just offset from each other. Like that. So it just creates a lot more keys, but always it keeps the simplicity. Now, this is something that I don't normally do. I will say that right away. I tend to animate with pose to pose more often, but because I'm tying this character onto this horse, and I need to make sure that her motions match the horse's, by animating in the layered method here, which basically allows me to just offset curves like this very easily without worrying about anything, I get motion that is very easy to fix and adjust without having to rebuild everything. So it's, if you ever animating in this method, which means like offsetting a lot of keys and stuff like that, always be careful that you don't let the mechanics slide out from under you. What I mean by this is it could be very easy to just copy curves and start moving them around and get caught in a graph editor loop. So what I mean by graph editor loop is where you're kind of like what I'm doing here, just working in the graph editor and nothing else. Now the reason I'm doing this is I'm just kind of going through a quick pass of cleanup because I noticed that I've got a few little wiggles, which I know I shouldn't. But the big reason I know I shouldn't have these is because I've already thought of my curves and what they should be doing. So I can clean this up, I guess you could say, wisely, versus just hoping that I'm doing something that'll work. It's actually thought out. Such fancy music. So just getting rid of any little wiggles. Like right here. Look at that. That's really bad. Now, I don't really have to do this at this point. It's just, I saw them and I know it's going to bother me if I don't get to them. So I'd rather just kind of take a quick second here to go through, just clean this up, and then we'll dive into the rest. There you go. So, haha. I'm down for music being on stream more often. It is really nice music. I love classical music. I love all music, honestly. Like, I was listening to the Doom Eternal soundtrack yesterday, which that is definitely music that will get your adrenaline pumping. But yeah, to me, as long as the music inspires me and makes me want to animate, then I'm happy with it. There we go. I think that's pretty good. It's not quite right. Mostly I'm noticing the hips. There's something ever so slightly off, but we'll focus on that later. So let's get the arms in place. Now for the arms, I have a choice. And Oh, I did. Marin, always a pleasure to see a fellow animator on Twitch. Oh, nice. You're an animator as well. That's awesome. Let's see. So I have a choice here. I could animate the hand in FK, or I could animate in IK. And both of these would be okay. What's going on here? Something's off here. The translation here is sliding. Why? They adjust something by accident. $130. No. Okay, what's going on? So the thing that I'm noticing is that there's a slight slide in the rig forward. Now this is not necessarily a bad thing. It doesn't make a huge difference. But I do want to know why it's happening. Ah. He got offset. There we go. That's better. That could have been causing some of the issues I was noticing. So the reason I noticed this is I have a reverser on this. So for me, a reverser is if I'm animating a walk cycle. Oh, take care, Sylvia. If I have a walk cycle, sometimes it's nice to be able to just keep the character in place. I'm not a fan of animating a walk cycle on a treadmill, so just kind of keeping them in place and animating it from scratch that way. Instead, my walk cycle actually does move forward, like this. So this allows me to easily get the motion forward, make sure the feet aren't sliding, all of that important stuff. But the problem with that is, in the case of animating Zelda on top of the horse, is if I'm trying to make sure something's working and the character's constantly like moving in and out of camera like that, that gets very hard to focus on what's happening. So I create an animation layer that I use to reverse the forward momentum. Basically, it just takes everything from the horse that's moving forward and does the exact opposite, which keeps the horse in place, which is very good. The problem that I was having is I offset one frame on the reverser, which meant that it was actually having a very slight change, which was nudging the horse forward ever so slightly. Again, not a huge thing, but it could have been a big issue depending on what I was working on. Okay, so that hand is staying pretty much exactly where it needs to be. I could see, what will this do? So that'll move the IK control with the body. If I'm using IK, I don't want that. That's going to be a pain. Now there's also a rotation lock here. What does that do? Okay, that's for the stretch. Interesting. Okay, so how do I want to do this? So I could either animate the arm in FK, which wouldn't be too bad because the arm isn't really doing too much here. It's really just kind of going to be holding near the horse without actually touching the horse. Which makes my job a whole lot easier, because really all I need to do is kind of keep the arm here, rotate it into place, kind of like that, and then pose out the hand. So something like that, and then add a little overlap. So that could work. But adding that overlap could be a little tricky. Now, if I animated an FK, I could get a nice simple overlap here. But if I animate an IK, I can copy the animation a little bit more easily. I find IK tends to work much better for layered animation. It just kind of works faster. Faster and without as many headaches. Now, one thing I'm kind of wanting to do, and I did want to see if it'll work. Dang it, she can't reach. I wanted to see if I could constrain the hand to the horse so that one hand is actually like contacting the horse as it moves. Actually, it would work if I just lowered the shoulders, clavicles. Relax those, which I would have to do anyway. But I think that would be kind of cool to have one hand kind of holding the horse, the other one ready to steer the horse, if that makes sense. Now, which hand would be the one steering? If she's got no bridle or reins, then the way she would have to steer the horse is by kind of... Okay, I'm going to put the right hand, her right hand on the horse, the left hand up. Now, the reason I came to that decision is not so much like a horse riding fact or anything. It's simply that the mane is coming over on this side, which means if I put the hand down here, it adds a lot of visual clutter right there. Whereas this side, there is no hair there, so I have a lot more room to place the hand without creating visual clutter. And then the other arm is going to stay up, which will hopefully keep that side nice and clear. So we're about to do that, but before I do that, I did want to go over that constraint question that we had gotten. So, hey, Lola, thank you so much for the follow. Or didn't follow. Man, I can't speak. The host. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I still need to get that host. I'm writing this down. Every time someone hosts, I keep forgetting, or I keep saying I have to fix it, and then it doesn't get fixed. Host notice. There we go. Get that. Hey, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Okay. So before we do that, let's actually jump into a new scene and show how I would constrain an object to a character's hand. Or a character's hand to an object, which was the order that we needed in this case. So let's bring in the Zelda rig here again. Or actually, let's do Link. Gotta vary it up a little bit. So, let's bring him in. Oop. And let's get the textures in here as well, just so it's a little bit more interesting to look at. reset that, repath, done. Okay. So we've got that. So let's say we need to put something, or to have his hand follow something, a sword. Now with this rig, you have the sword and you have the ability to just turn it on and it's already in the hand. That's great. But what if it has to be something else? Another item, another weapon. So in this case, I'm just going to create a polygon cylinder. And let's just kind of scale that up here. And let's say it's just some sort of baton. So we'll do that. Maybe just use the grip control here to close it around. Okay. So let's say we need his hand to follow this object. The way you can do this is by constraining the hand to the object. Now, the problem is that if we just take this, and so we'll take the object, then the hand, and just go to animation, constrain, and we just do a parent constraint, for example. That pretty much gets us what we want. The hand follows, yay! The problem with this is that if I try to animate the hand, move it in any way while it's constrained, it'll just snap back. Which means that we've just lost our ability to animate the hand, which really sucks. As animators, that's really just shooting ourselves in the foot because, well, we're not able to do our job. So what we need to do is we need to create a buffer. And I like to keep this simple a lot of the time. You can go really in depth with this and make really interesting and complicated setups. But really all you need to do is create a locator. You can use any control really, but I like locators just because they're nice and small. I'm going to create a locator. And the first thing I'm going to need to do is line it up with the wrist over here. So I'm going to take the wrist control, then the locator, go to constrain parent, and I'm going to make sure I do this with maintain offset turned off. Let's add that in. That takes the locator and lines it up with the wrist right there. Now we don't need it to follow the hand anymore, so let's delete that constraint. So what we can do now is I'm going to take the locator and parent it to the stick, just a regular parent, not a constraint. So locator, then stick, go to edit, parent. So you can see it's in the hierarchy there. This means that as I move the stick, we now have the locator following. And let me undo that. The next thing I'm going to do is before I constrain this, I'm going to think of where I want my pivot point to be. So this locator is going to act like a new pivot point for the wrist. So I could keep it here and have it pivot at the wrist, or I could maybe move it over here, a little lower down, and maybe a little bit like right in the grasp there. Let's do that. Now, with this in place now, I'm going to select the locator, then the hand control, go to constrain parent, and make sure maintain offset is turned on. There we go. So, Neva, hello! Thanks so much for the follow. So with this, what I end up getting is the locator follows the stick, but because it was regular parented, not parent constrained, I still have the ability to animate it. I then constrain the hand to the locator, which gets the hand to follow that. Which means if the locator follows the stick also, the hand will follow the stick, like so. Now, I also have a locator. I can use this locator to adjust the hand pose and move this however I want. So, oops. Let's make sure I set this to object. And you'll notice, that doesn't work. Oh no, what happened? This is something a lot of people run into when they're first setting up constraints like this. It is a very simple fix. We're getting distortion in our connections. So let me just quickly undo here. So if you run into that, the reason this happened is that we are dealing with objects with a lot of different values here, especially the scale values. So you can see the scale values on the cylinder here, they're not set to 1. They're at all of this strange ranges, which then causes other objects like the locator, which is in the hand, to have strange rotations as well. So all I need to do is make sure that I select my objects before I set anything up and freeze the transformations. So let me take the locator out of the group there for now. We'll freeze the transformations on the stick. So modify freeze transform. There we go. Now let's take our locator, put it back into the cylinder, and do the same thing with the hand. Just constrain that to the locator. Constrain parent. Okay, let's see if this worked. Hand follows. Locator moves. And if we rotate it, now it's fine. But you'll notice that it's rotating from the palm, not from the wrist. Which means that as we're animating the hand kind of adjusting on the sword here, or whatever he's holding, we have a lot more fine-tuned control over that rotation versus kind of rotating the wrist and then having to totally reposition the hand. And if you get this into a nice position, it really makes your life as an animator much easier. So now we can get something like that. A more dynamic hand pose. So that's basically how I would deal with that. Now, if he has to pick it up and let go of it, if we had just parented something, parenting is nice, but you can't parent a rig to something. Also, parenting doesn't have on-off controls, so if I wanted to let go of this, I can't. But because I constrained the hand, all I have to do is hit S, set a key on the hand, and we get a blend parent right there. This is going to act as an on-off switch for the constraint. So if that's at 0, if we move this, nothing follows. Set that to 1, now it follows. Is it not more useful to constrain the staff to the hand and not the hand staff? It depends on the object. In most cases with something like a staff or a sword or anything like that, it's typically better to constrain the hand to the object instead of the object to the hand. And that's just because of the rotation order. So let's go full screen for this. So let's say this is the sword. It's not very long. And actually, give me 1 second. We'll do this the proper way. I'll be right back. Okay. So let's say you've got a character that's holding a sword. And I always forget how long this is. So you've got a character holding a sword. It's polished too. If you constrain the hand to the sword, what's gonna happen is any little, hey Dingy Tooth, how's it going? Any little rotation in the hand. So let's say I have a little shake in my wrist here. Maybe the curves aren't quite right. Well, if I have this, just like that, in my hand, no one will notice. But when you're holding something, the longer or the larger it is, especially if it's very long, that rotation is going to be magnified. If I hold this here and have, let's see if it'll focus. Let me kind of go off screen here so we can see the end a little bit more. Yep. So like that. Any little rotation in my wrist, if you watch my wrist here, it's not really moving. But look at the end of the sword, the tip of the sword, how much it's shaking around, and just, it's not still. And that's because motion gets magnified. As you hold something, and even with the pen here, if I hold this and just shake a little bit, you don't notice any movement in my hand, but the tip, we can see that. So when you're animating, you're going to have problems, or you're going to end up with issues where you're animating the wrist, and if your controls aren't super perfectly cleaned up, it's going to wiggle all over them. But if you animate the staff or the sword, you're animating that specific object, which makes it very easy to clean up those curves. And then the hand just follows. And because the hand is constrained, if it has a little wiggle for some reason, no one's going to really notice because they're focused on the sword anyway, the tip of the sword. Spots like that, like ends of something, so the end of the pen here, or if you point the end of your finger, those are known as hot spots, as areas that the audience wants to look at, that the eye is kind of attracted to. That's a much more important point to get correct than just the hand or the wrist, because no one's really looking at the wrist, they're looking at the tip of the object. So it makes it easier to clean up. Now, if you had a different case where, let's say I've got this bag full of dice. If I have something like this in my hand, then this would be good to constrain to the hand. Then I could animate the hand, because this object is in the hand anyway. So I can just move this around, and it's just easier to animate the actual rig, the controls on the rig, than to try and animate the bag that then leads the wrist. It's kind of a pain to do it that way. So it depends on the object and what would be the focus of it. So let me actually put this back here before it falls and stabs the floor of my foot. Gotta take those excuses to hold a sword once in a while. And Sineski, thank you so much for the follow. Or Sinuski, there you go. Yeah, it's subtle, but it's a big change. It's like just that little bit of a wiggle there. That is a nightmare to clean up. I've done shots like that where I constrain things the opposite way, and it was difficult. It never goes away. Yeah, bag of D&D dice, exactly. So for me, doing it in this way, it just makes it much easier to get the exact rotations I want. And if you set your pivot point on the sword exactly where you need it to be, then you can get really nice rotations very easily. So locator on the object and constrain the hand to the locator. So you parent. Let me do this here. We'll write it down, and then that way you can get a screenshot of it. So let's say you've got your hand here. We'll just do that for now. So you've got the hand. Getting picky. Okay, so you've got your hand, and you have, let's say, the sword. We'll just do a little tiny little sword. Yep, there we go. So let's say you've got that. What you would do is you would add a locator in between them, and you would parent the locator to the sword. So this is parent. And then you would constrain the hand, and let's do this way. Constrain the hand to the locator. Constrain parent. So this would basically be the setup. And how do you constrain an object like a throwing knife? It would be the same thing. It depends on how you'd hold it. So if the throwing knife is going to be even something like, let's say this big, if it's something like this, I would most likely constrain the hand to the knife. That way I can very easily animate the the arc of the knife going through, and then I would just keep animating the knife spinning through the air. It makes it a little cleaner to animate that curve, and then I can always just adjust the hand to solve that. Now, if the character is holding the knife kind of hidden like this, so they're holding it kind of, let's say like that, and then they go, and they throw it kind of ninja style at it. Well, at this point, you're not seeing the object really, it's mostly the hand. So I could still do it in this way, but maybe that's just going to be more of a pain than trying to just animate the object. So I would do a similar setup where, let's actually take all of this. You'd still have the locator. So you'd have that, but if you want so this is object leads, but that D looks horrible. I need to improve my handwriting. So the object leads, but if you want the hand to lead, we have the same similar issue where if I just constrain the sword straight to the hand, it might not work correctly. Now, with a prop, because we're not dealing with a rig, we do have the added benefit that we could just parent the sword, just do a straight parenting right to the hand. That would allow us to animate the sword, but it wouldn't allow us to drop it, or in the case of a throwing knife, throw it, because once you parent something, it is stuck. There's no on-off switch. It's like real life. With actual parenting, there is no on-off switch. You can't wake up one morning and decide, yeah, I'm not a parent anymore. Bachelor life forever. No, it doesn't work like that way. You're still a parent, you're just considered a bad parent. So we need a way that we can animate the sword in the hand, but also turn it on and off. So we would do a similar setup, we would just reverse it. So we would take the locator, and we would parent it to the wrist, and we would constrain the sword to the locator. So we're just reversing it. This way, you would animate the locator while the hand is... you'd animate the locator while the hand is holding the object to animate the object. And then you would still have that on-off switch with the constraint that then the object could be thrown and then do its own thing. So they're the same setup. And with this, you can go really deep. So this is like the simple version. But you can make this much more complex. So let's... go over here and paste this. Oops, did I not copy it first? Bring my timeline in. There we go. So let's take that, copy it. Oh, why don't you want to paste? Let's see. Oh, that's why. Okay, so let's take that. No, I want new layer. There we go. So let's do a more complex setup. This is Clip Studio, which is similar to Photoshop, but it's a little bit more designed for drawing. I highly recommend it. It's got some animation tools. It's really cool. Now it is kind of pricey. If you're looking for a free version, it's very similar to Clip Studio, and in a way I actually like the drawing tool, or sorry, not the drawing, the animation tools more. I would recommend checking out Krita. It's really good for drawing, and I don't have a hotkey for this. Let me get you a link here. So Krita is totally free, and it's really, really good. Oh, take care, Tara. So Clip Studio for the win. Yes, I love Clip Studio. It is so good. So let's go back here. And we had our simple setup from before. Just a locator in the middle, constrain parent, done. That is the simple version. If you want to go more complex, you can add as many locators as you want between this setup. So, for example, I could add another locator there and another one. Oops. Move. Why don't you want to move? Oh, that's why. Make sure I'm on the right layer. That'll help. Okay, so gotta get used to the controls. I keep falling back onto Maya hotkeys. But let's actually just draw it instead of copy. So you could have another locator there, another locator there, and you would basically, let's say we want to constrain the hand to the object. You would constrain here, but then this would be a parent, and then this would be a parent, and then this would be a parent. And suddenly you're creating a hierarchy of locators. Why would this be useful? Basically what it does is it gives you the ability to create offsets. So let's take the hand here, and I'm just going to delete the constraint for now. That way the hand is back to where it was, and let's also move the object back here so it lines up. So we've got one locator here, and okay, yay. That's great. But let's duplicate this a few times. So let's duplicate a constraint, and let's say we want a pivot point near the tip of the object here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just snap this to the very tip of the object right there, then line it up. Now you could make sure to snap these together. For example, I could select the stick, then the locator, constrain them together. So constrain, actually, no, it's not going to make a difference here. So let's just keep it simple for now. I'm just going to line this up to the end of the staff right there. Maybe we'll duplicate this, move this one to the end here. So right there. So we've got a few more, and I'm going to create this hierarchy. So we've got 1, 2, and then 3. They're all kind of in set with each other. So what does this give us? Well, let me double check this. Oh wait, parent. Okay, yeah. So what does this give us? And actually, let me reverse the order. I'm going to go 3, 2, 1. So the bottom one, the lowest one, should be the one that's going to attach to the hand. So number 1 is our hand locator. So I want that to be at the very bottom. So with this, let's constrain the hand to the locator again. So select the locator, then the hand, constrain parent. Okay, so if I select the sword, or in this case the cylinder, and move that, the hand follows along. There you go. We got that. Control dragging them to make the hierarchy in the outliner. Middle mouse dragging. If you middle mouse drag objects in the outliner, you can dock them in with each other. Oh, and where do you get the music playlist? The music is all from Rainwave. So it's totally free, and it's just 100% video game animation, video game music, which I really love. Let's see. So with that, we have the basic controls that we had before. But by adding these other locators and making this hierarchy, now if I want to rotate from this tip here, we have that. Now I would have to set this up a little bit differently, but you can see, oh, did I pick the wrong locator there? Which one's this one? Okay, yeah. So we have something like that. Now, you'll notice that things are not moving quite right. Like I move this and it's not moving the cylinder either. This is where I would have to totally redo my setup there, but we can see that we have different pivot points, like so. Like that. So I can rotate from this end here, or... Hey, Jack, thank you so much for the subscription. Aw, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I need to set it so that it actually plays the music for that clip. But you get a little bit more of a detailed motion in there. Now, in order to get this to work correctly, basically you have to... There's no one way to get this correct because it depends on your prop. That's the big thing. So if you're going to do this, the hierarchy depends on how your prop is modeled. If it's a piece of simple geometry like I have here, is pretty simple. If you have a more complex prop, that can be very tricky. And TS Sanity, thank you so much for the follow. So it is very dependent on the prop, but it can be a very good setup. And maybe depending on what we do later, I might go over how to do this properly and kind of how to plan it out. Because the big thing is, again, it depends also on, well, let's say you have a sword prop. Do you want to pivot from over here? Do you want to pivot from the tip? Do you also want to pivot maybe like right over here at the above the handle of the sword or the crossguard versus there? Maybe you even want to pivot there, or let's say you're going to animate a sword fight and you want the swords to kind of hit, and you know how in a lot of films that you have the crossguards and they hit and they kind of lock in place as you're kind of pushing against each other. Maybe you want that so that you can pivot the swords against each other. Normally when I'm doing that, I plan it out on paper, on Clip Studio or something like that. I'll draw it all out and then I'll create the hierarchy, kind of think it through in here. This way it kind of makes it a lot easier to plan out and not try to fight Maya with it or any program. I did see a question here. Would you ever consider doing your animations in Blender? I'm thinking about moving to Blender a lot because of cycles, but I fear the animation side will suffer. I have considered it. I do want to learn Blender at some point. I really don't know how to use it. I would love to learn it. To actually transition to using Blender all the time, currently the way it is now, I don't think I ever would. Simply because Blender doesn't have the amount of rigs that Maya has. So Maya, in terms of like free rigs and all of that, it has a wide variety. If you want something cartoony, they're available. If you want something like this horse rig, it's available. There's just this wide variety, which for me is very nice because I get to animate a lot of different things. Additionally, the other and probably more important thing is that almost all studios I tend to work for use Maya, which means that if I start using Blender mostly, I'm using a program that other studios aren't looking for, which I'm hoping that will change someday. I hope Blender kind of becomes a little bit more of a staple in the industry, and it kind of gets more traction that way. That would be amazing. But currently Maya is the leader in that, and that kind of railroads my choice in what I can do. With that said, I would love to learn Blender because, well, I think it would be fun. Now, in terms of your question about whether it would set back your animation, it will for a bit, but that's like anything. Sometimes when you're working at studios, you have to change programs. So for example, I know Maya, that's the program I know really well and in depth. But if I go to work at a studio, I might have to use Blender. I might have to use Cinema 4D. I might have to use Houdini or 3ds Max. There's a lot of different programs that I might have to use. I might even have to use a Mac if their computers are Macs. I use a PC. If they have Macs, I'll have to learn how to use a Mac. When we work at different places, we have to learn new software. And when that happens, most studios give us a great grace period, so a time to learn the program and the setup. But in general, aside from kind of having to relearn where certain windows are and what your hotkeys are, all the animation principles are the same. So you're going to slow down definitely by not having the familiarity. But it goes away pretty quickly, honestly. And then you'll be back to animating nice and quickly pretty soon. Usually it takes like a couple of weeks. So I wouldn't worry about it too much. So let's see here. I'm just gonna pose out the hand here. So right now we've got that hand posed out, but you can see that they're just kind of frozen in place, which is not very good. I've heard 3ds Max isn't really great for animation. I have heard though that it's very good for games. Games, and what was the other thing? Modeling. Although I think that's changed in recent years. Okay. So this hand is just gonna kind of hold itself up here. And before I even animate the hand, one thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pose the hand. Because for me, when I'm looking at hand poses, if I see a hand like this and it's just moving around like that and it's just every finger perfectly even and boring, I can't stand looking at hands like that. It annoys me because all I look at is the hand, the finger poses, versus actually looking at the animation. So I would rather take a little time here, pose out the hand, and then go into the animation. And right now what I want is just kind of a slightly relaxed hand pose. He's not in any stress, so her hand is going to be kind of relaxed. And the way I'm going to determine what pose it is trying to figure out what angle I want the wrist to be at. So this is a very important thing. Hands and fingers, if you're relaxed, the fingers are controlled by the tendons of the hand. There are no muscles in the fingers. The only muscles you have, the main muscles you have in your hand are three bigger muscles. You've got one here on the thumb, you've got one here, and then you've got another one back here. So 1, 2, and then 3. You also have muscles in the palm, but those are between the bones of the palm and we don't see them. They're right in the hand. Those are the muscles that allow you to kind of do that. The widening. The fingers have no muscles, none at all. And the end of the thumb has no muscle. The thumb muscle kind of stops here. So there's no muscles here, which is kind of weird when you start thinking about it, because all of this finger dexterity, if you see people playing the piano and all of this playing the guitar, all of it is done without the fingers actually moving themselves in a sense. The way fingers move is you have tendons running along the front, tendons running along the back. And it's almost a game of puppeteering where those tendons run through your wrist, right through there, and are controlled by muscles in your arm here. So if you kind of, let's go full screen here. If you do this, you can see right in there all the tendons moving. So you do have muscle memory, but it's down here, not in here. So as you're playing a piano or doing any of that, the fingers are not in control per se. It's here. Now, does that make a difference? Not really. But it does add a very important thing that we have to consider when we're animating hands. And that is that since fingers don't have muscles of their own and they're controlled by tendons, those tendons, because they're on the front and the back, means that those fingers are always under some sort of tension. And if we relax our hand, we can see this very clearly, where if I keep my hand relaxed and kind of forward, look at the angle of the fingers. They're straight. If I go like this, they curl. Like that or like that. Now this is not just because my hand is leaning forward and they drag down and like this. If I, let's see, if I do this, same thing. So this way, if I bring my fingers forward like that, you can see that they straighten. They don't hang down like this. They straighten. If I do that, they curl. Same thing here. Curl, straighten. This is because that those tendons stretch. So if you have your hand like this and you go back, the tendons on the front are stretching around the bend of the wrist, which tightens them and closes your hand. If you go this way, the tendons on the back are stretched along the curve, and it stretches your fingers out. So a relaxed hand doesn't just flop around. If you do this, like just bounce your hands around, you'll notice that the wrist kind of bounces and overlaps. The fingers don't. The fingers are just moving based on the angle of my wrist. So as I'm doing this, like if I do that, you'll notice that the fingers, they don't overlap. They're not doing this. They're just straightening and stretching as my wrist bends. That's very important because in this shot that I'm animating, if her hand is just kind of relaxed and she's doing this, it's not going to be the fingers overlapping and bouncing. It's just going to be straightening and curving. And depending on the pose that I want, if I have her hold her hand a little bit more up like that, it'll curl her fingers more. If her hand relaxes downwards, it'll straighten those fingers. So if you keep that in mind, it'll give you the hand poses that you need very easily. So in this case, I want the hand to be a little up, which will mean that the fingers can't be straight. If they're straight like this, something's going to feel wrong. And Dylan, thanks so much for the follow. So if the wrist goes back, I need to bend them. Bend those fingers. Otherwise, it's just not going to look right. So this goes for everyone. Like, keep that in mind whenever you're posing out hands, and it's going to really help make a difference in your hand posing. It's going to make it like just overnight difference. Otherwise, it's not that we notice a lot of the time, but you see this a lot with relaxed hands. The hands just won't feel relaxed. They'll always feel like slightly tense because like I could do this and then I can still straighten my fingers, but that is a conscious choice. That is me actually wanting to straighten my hand. Whereas like here I can close my hand, and that can work. But this also gives another thing to watch out for. So some tangents here. And Jen Fear, thank you so much for the follow. So if you do this, your hand automatically wants to close into a fist, which means that if you then actually close your hand in a fist while you're doing this, you can do it very easily. And if you have long fingernails, for example, you'll start feeling them really cutting into your hand. So as you do that, basically the tendons on the front are pulling and straightening. So you do that, and what ends up happening is as I tighten it, my wrist wants to straighten like that. So it's relaxed, tighten, and it automatically, all these tendons here straighten out. But do like this. Stretch your hand this way that makes the tendons on the back really tight, and then try to do the same fist, really make it strong, like try to bring those fingernails into your palm. You can't. As much as you try, and you can feel it like right down in here, you just can't get that close that you can if you bring your hand up here. And that's because the tendons on the back here are too tight. Even though we're using the tendons in the front to close this off, the tendons in the back are keeping the fingers too tight on this side, and we can't close our hand as much. So if you have your hand like this, the fist is actually a weaker fist, versus here where we can get that kind of squared off fist. So like that, you can see how the fingers have that slant versus here where it's flat. Now the same thing goes with the hands opening. If you do this and you open your hands, like I can get like that with my fingers. They actually start to bend backwards. Some people get that a lot. Like you can really bend fingers back. Hey, thanks so much for the follows, Crazy and Chev. Thanks so much. So you can do that. But if you do the same here, like I really have to, like if I try to push my wrist all the way and try to straighten, like look at that ring finger there. It's not even straightening. I really have to try and force that, and it's not even close. Whereas here, if I do that, whoop, it's effortless. It's just weep, weep, and all the fingers you can see are straight. There, it's not, and you get like everyone. I would definitely recommend everyone try that. Just feel it out, and it's once you kind of understand that, when you get into your hand posing, when you have a character who's doing this, for example, you'll know that you can't close that fist all the way. You need to kind of tone it down slightly. And to me, like little details like that, that's what takes a shot and takes it from like nice, it's solid, to oh, that feels real. Like that feels just, I don't know, natural. And I'm enjoying your hand pose exclamation. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. What else just does exactly the same? Who else? Yeah, it would be interesting to see how many people actually tried it out. And another thing to keep in mind, and this is a kind of minor note, but it is something we always have to keep in mind, is that not everyone has the same range of flexibility. So as an animator, oftentimes we will try to like use our own body to pose things out and feel things out, but just keep in mind that even though you can do it or you can't do it, it doesn't mean that that's globally true. And this is where just doing some studying of different hand poses and looking up reference can be very important, because it helps you avoid just animating yourself, which is not a bad thing. But I do know, like, there are times when you'll talk to people and like they'll bring their family to watch a film, and their family would go, "Oh, did you animate that scene?" And it's like, "Yeah, how did you know?" And it's like, "Oh yeah, that character moved just the way you do." And it's like, they move, they shot reference, and they move the character the way they normally would. Is that a bad thing? Not at all. Not at all in the least. But if you are animating maybe 3 different characters in the shot, and they are all moving the same way you do, that is a problem. Because now you're no longer animating the character, you're animating yourself. So just something to watch out for. So let's get that. So something like that for now. I don't have to get it perfect. So already just doing that, even though the hand is perfectly still, it makes it feel better. So this is one of the things, like if you look at that hand, that kind of feels natural. This one is just straight and boring, and it's like, ugh, it's just not, it doesn't look good. I always try to pose out hands as much as I can. So let's do the other hand now, because this hand is actually going to be the easiest one to animate. And ideally, if I can, what I want is to get the palm flat on the horse. I don't know if I'll be able to, though. So something... I don't think I'll be able to. Not without really, like, twisting it around. So we'll kind of get the main hand pose here. So here she's going to be keeping her hand on the horse. I wasn't originally going to do this, and then I figured it would be fun to do some variation to this. What's this from? Oh. Let's see. I had a checkup a couple of months before. Apparently I've got loose ligaments, so they can stretch more but prone to stress. Yeah, so like I saw a video just a while back of someone doing that, bring their fingers back, and they could bring it like as if they were doing this. It's like almost 90 degrees back, and it's just like, how? That would break my hand. First time catching an animator live. It's just amazing. Oh, thanks. Animation is a lot of fun. I definitely recommend, if anyone is interested in learning animation, definitely take the plunge. I used to be a baker before I was an animator, many years ago, and I love animation. It's such a fun career, and there are problems with the industry. I will say that right away, like, but that's with any industry. But globally and overall, animation has been an absolute blast in terms of just meeting some really awesome people. I think a lot of my best friends now are I've met them just from animating and being an animator. What I'm doing here is I want to find the angle that the fingers should be at. Get that wrist angle in there. And then let's put a little pressure on those fingertips. Boop. Putting a little pressure on those fingertips like that really helps to show the feeling of the character actually pushing into it. Now, I'm not trying to polish this. And Averfire, thanks so much for the follow. And Kevin Heron, hello! So if anyone here is actually looking for other animators to check out, Kevin Heron Art there has an awesome Twitch stream as well. I definitely recommend checking him out if you get the chance. Very good stuff. So I believe if you click on his name, you should find his Twitch channel. Let's see. So let's try to pose this out. Again, I'm not worried about getting a complete finger pose here, but I do want something that's a little visually interesting. So whenever I'm trying to pose out the fingers, one thing I'd try to do is pose out some spacing differences in the hand, so not all the fingers are spaced exactly the same. So let's kind of go with that, and then let's not stab the horse. So we'll go with that for now. Now the wider I make the fingers, the harder it's going to be to animate later. But let's say we have that, and we want her hand to stay with the horse. What I can do is I'm going to set up a couple of locators here. So let's create a locator here. And okay, where's my locator? There it is. And then I'm going to duplicate that and make another one. We've got two locators. And the first locator, I'm going to select the horse, and then I'm going to find a point on that horse where the hand is closest to. I think should probably be where the fingers are at. So let's take, which one's going to be a good one? Maybe this one. So let's take that point there of the horse. Then I'm going to take one of the locators, and I'm going to go to constrain, and then I'm going to do a point on poly constraint. So what this will do is that'll lock that locator onto that vertice right there of the rig. Okay. Now I'm going to take the other locator and I'm going to snap it to the wrist here. So I'm going to take that and I'm going to go to so the wrist, then the locator, constrain parent, and I'm going to turn maintain offset off, which snaps that into place. From there, let's delete that constraint. So I just use it as a way to snap. And Jonas, thanks for the follow. Will you constrain the hands to get the movements? Yes, I will. So I can now take this locator and I'm going to move it down to about the fingertips here, approximately. So right around there. The exact position doesn't really matter. So we'll do that. And now I should probably have an offset in there. Okay. So let's duplicate again. And let's move that one out again. Now it's going to be very confusing visually to look at first, but I'll show a way to clean that up after. So let's snap this one back to the wrist. And then delete that constraint. Okay. So what I want is, I want the hand to follow the locators, and I want the ability to be able to adjust the positioning and the offset of things. So if I take this locator and parent it to locator 5, I should rename these, but I'll keep it simple for now. Like that. And then constrain the hand to the locator at the wrist. So let's go to constrain and we'll add that. So now if I select this locator, that moves the wrist. And if I select this locator, which is on the horse, that lets me, oops, did I select the wrong one? That I did. If I select this one, I can rotate the hand, but from the fingertips. This is going to make it a lot easier to get some cleaned up animation later. Now I can just take that locator and parent it to this locator. So just boop, like that. So now as I move this locator, everything will move. And since that locator moves with the horse, we get this. The hand is moving with the shoulder. Now, is it correct? Not at all. You can see there's the thumb just pulls off. There's a lot of issues. Oh, we don't, yeah. I haven't, these are none of my rigs here. Both of these rigs, the Zelda rig is completely free to use. There's the link to that. And then the horse is called Gorgeous George, and he's $15, but he's a really good rig. Are there any humanoid rigs you know of in Cinema 4D? I've been looking around for them so I can switch from Minecraft characters. Unfortunately not. The reason I like to stick with Maya, one of the big reasons is simply for like the rigs. There's a lot of other good programs like Cinema 4D and Houdini, Blender, but one of the big issues is that there just aren't that many rigs for them, which gets to be very limiting, I guess you could say. When you're trying to learn to animate or kind of do any of that, because you're stuck with whatever you can find online, which that is always kind of a pain. So unfortunately, like, really the only thing I can say is keep looking. Hopefully you'll find something. But yeah, it's one of the annoying things. I kind of want to put the hand a little flatter here. I was finding that the hand was just kind of, it wasn't quite where I wanted it to be. So let's kind of move that in place here. Something like that. And let's see how that feels. Yeah, that feels better. Now, the rotation of the wrist is going to have to be changed a little bit as it goes through. But we've basically got that in place. And it's actually following the shoulder and not some specific control or anything like that. Why are there so few rigs available online? If they take extreme amounts of time and effort, how do movies TDs manage to make them so many when there are so many characters? Well, oftentimes when you make one good rig, you can copy that same rig structure from one rig to the next to the next. So once you make a good rig, it's actually not that hard to make more from that. It's still a lot of work, a lot of work, but it goes faster, per se. Oh, take care, Kevin. Have a great time. Yeah, and I should take a sip of water. So once you create it, it goes faster. With that said, it still takes a lot of time. So you will usually have a few riggers on a film, and it's one of those things that if ever you're interested in like a career in like film, like animation or any of that, if you're thinking monetarily or like in terms of career stability, riggers are the best. A good rigger is basically going to have a job for the rest of their life, because rigging is so difficult, and so there just aren't that many really high quality riggers, like top tier riggers, that it constantly gives them something to do. Animation, there's a lot of animators out there. It's still a small community in comparison to other industries, but it's definitely not as widespread, or it's much more widespread than riggers. Now, with that said, rigging is very difficult. I used to do rigging just as a hobby a long time ago, and it can be very tricky. Now, in terms of like why there aren't a lot of free ones, it's basically because they take a lot of time. So to get someone to just release a rig for free online is a very generous thing for them to do. So like this Zelda rig is completely free, and it is an awesome rig. I definitely recommend anyone who's interested in learning kind of character animation, check out this rig. It's really, really nice. So let's see, we've got that. I'll have to animate the hand. So we've got that at least. But yeah, it's a very generous thing for them to do. So for example, like the Gorgeous George rig is about $15. That's actually a really good price, especially for a horse rig. Human rigs, like the Zelda rig, those are hard to make. Quadruped rigs are crazy difficult, just because of the way the legs are shaped. Like you've got all of these extra, not really joints, but like extra bending points. They have the same joints that a human has, just in a different configuration. That just makes it so hard to actually rig correctly in a way that it doesn't just explode. I'm holding a 12-year-old puppy in my also people in the studios are getting paid to work around the clock to come up with high quality rigs. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, if you're working in a studio, you're being paid, so that helps a lot. A typical high quality rig, so for example the Gorgeous George rig or this rig here, if you were to pay for that, if I was, for example, to start my own project and I wanted to pay a rigger, a good rigger, to make me some studio quality rigs, the average price is for one rig is about $10,000 to $20,000 approximately. It could be much more, it could be less, it depends on how complex it is. But for a human style character, it's about 10, 12,000. It could be way more. So when you consider that, that is a lot of money. And can really impact a lot. So yeah, it's just something to think about, especially like when you find a rig online and it's like $15. That's a really good price. I am very much into supporting riggers. Without them, I wouldn't have a job. I'm not a good enough rigger to rig my own character to animate, so they keep me employed, and a good rigger is an animator's best friend. Like, they make my life so much more fun. If I have a good quality rig like these to work with, I'm having a great time. Hey Tiki, hello, how's it going? And Cry, Alexandra Specific, and Hannah, thank you so much for the follows. I really appreciate that. What did you miss? I'm getting very distracted and going on a lot of tangents about different things, but basically we're just kind of getting this animation, kind of just getting the hands in here. Now I should just get this hand done. So what I'm going to do, this hand is going to overlap with the body. So as the body's going up and down, I just want that hand to also kind of overlap that slightly, that kind of up and down motion. So what I can do is I can take the up and down of the hips. I'm going to copy this. So for anyone who's curious, I'm using what's called the layered method of animation, which is where you just take motion from one portion of the body and then you copy it onto another. So for example here, I can take this hand and let's see. So let me talk about what I'm thinking of. Okay, perfect. So that axis is still lined up. Okay, so I'm going to take my y-axis and I'm going to paste the up and down of the body onto that hand. And let's just kind of bring that back up here. And what that gives me is some up and down in the hand. So let's make sure I'm going to take all the curves of the hand here. Boop. And I'm just going to cycle them. So to do that, I'm just going to go to curves, pre-infinity, cycle with offset, post-infinity, cycle with offset. So that's before the animation and after the animation. Now it'll cycle nicely. And we get this up and down. Now, the problem with this, hey, Raul and Little Splash, thank you so much for the follows. I really appreciate that. So right now, with this hand, you'll notice that it just moves very similarly to the hips, like pretty much one-to-one, which is not that interesting. So all I need to do is maybe offset it a couple of frames, and now we get that. This little wave motion to the hand. Now it's a little much. Our hands tend to be a little bit more stable than that compared to our hips. So I'll just lower that. And now we get the hand moving in time with the hips, but not exactly. Oh, geez, so many people. JC, Sven, and Twinsy, thank you. Twinsy, I like that name. I'm a twin as well. Twinsy, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. That's awesome. So we've got that, but it looks very robotic and mechanical. It looks fake. The reason for that is that we've only got one axis in here. When we're moving our body, we're always moving in all three axes. As much as we try, for example, if I just do a head turn like this, you could say that that's just one axis, one rotation. But there's going to be a little bit in all the others, just a tiny bit. And that's what keeps us from feeling mechanical and robotic, is that slight offset and slight kind of combination of all of these axes. I'm actually animating Animation Mentor Pendulum. Oh, that's awesome! That's cool. Hopefully that's going well for you. The Pendulum was the hardest assignment for me at Animation Mentor. The Taylor assignment I actually found easier. Just because of the shot that I kind of simplified it a little bit. But the Pendulum, oh, I struggled with that. So let's take this hand, and I'm going to add a few more axes here. So I want that forward motion. As the character's moving forward, the hand should also move forward with them. It's attached to their arm, so the whole body is moving forward. I'm going to copy that curve, take my forward translation on the hand, paste that. We get this, and move it back into position here. So what I'm looking at is, where do I want that arm to be positioned? Do I want it angled back, or do I want it angled forward? I think slightly back. By default, it depends. Usually when we're relaxed, our elbow tends to point a little bit further back. But now we get this. So all of a sudden, it's starting to feel connected. Now, once again, I could take this, offset it so that it's not just perfectly in time. So we get a little offset right there. And then maybe let's tone it down just a little bit. So that way it kind of feels like the hand is a little bit more stable. And there we go. So we get that. Now, we also need, we got the up and down, forward, back. We need some side to side. Right now, if we look at the front of it, it's just staying exactly still. So let's do the same thing. Translate X, the side to side. Copy that. Go to our hand. Translate X. Paste. And once again, let's bring this down, oops, to the same level. Make sure I use this proper control. Right there. And we get this. There we go. Now once again, let's offset that one frame, maybe 2 frames for the side to side. So something like that. And we're going to make this very small. So she's kind of keeping her hand a little bit more stable. Maybe a little too much there. So something like that. So now we've pretty much got that arm motion. Now, I'm not going to worry about the rotation of the wrist yet, because there's something else I need to do before I kind of go forward with this, and that is I need to add that shoulder motion, the clavicle right here. As we kind of move, those clavicles bounce and they have motion as well. So I want to probably take the up and down of the body And yeah, let's do that. We'll take that and use it as a starting point. So I'm going to copy that and paste it on the rotation of the clavicle. So once you kind of start using curves like this, it actually makes it very easy to build things in that you didn't have before. So for example, edit, paste. Let's bring all of that kind of down to that same level. And now we get some up and down here. Now we can barely see it. So when I'm first doing this, I'll just scale up my curves a huge amount. And then this way I can kind of see what's happening. And what I want is to have this overlap. So as the body's coming down, the shoulder should kind of be dragging. And then as it comes up, so as the body starts coming down, hey, Skolas, thank you so much for the subscription. Oh man, thanks so much. Yo, gotta do the dance. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And then Keisha and or Kishav, sorry, and Caleb, thank you so much for the follows as well. And I did see a question here. I wonder what professional animators think of MMD enthusiasts. MMD, I'm not sure what that is. So I want the shoulder as it's coming down should drag down. Something like that. Now it's a little much right now. That's just very, very bouncy. I think right there. So once I get that in place, I'll just scale it down. And we get some nice subtle overlap in the shoulder. Just a little. But you can feel it, like right in there. It just keeps it a little bit more interesting. I could tone that down a little bit, but I'll keep it a little bit more exaggerated for now. What is the shortcut to scale a curve? It's R. So if you hit R on the keyboard, that activates the scale tool in Maya. And then you just hold down Shift and middle mouse drag. I think actually you can just middle mouse drag now. Yeah, so just middle mouse drag, and that'll scale it. You can also use the, what's it called? I always forget. The region tool here. So with the curve selected, activate the region tool right here in your graph editor, and that activates another scaling tool there. And if you want to put in a very specific value, go to Edit, Scale, and then you can go into the options here. Oh, your puppies are opening their eyes. That's adorable. And let's see. Daha, Groomf, and Game King. Thank you so much for the follows. It's not super relevant. Puppies opening their eyes is always relevant. It's adorable. Okay, so I think now I'm going to take the forward translation of the hand, which is the forward translation of the body, really. But I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to put it on the other rotation of the shoulder, the rotate Y. The reason for this is as you reach forward and back, your clavicle is sympathetic. It moves with the arm. So that's going to be a little too much there. But by connecting this in here, it'll allow me to get a little bit more kind of a feeling of connectivity in the arm. Like that. So let's scale this up again, just as a test. I want to see if it's actually moving with the arm. Yeah, notice how it's actually moving backwards from the arm. So as the hand comes back, the shoulder is going forward. That's the wrong way. So I'm just going to select the whole curve, go to Edit, Scale, and I'm going to make sure that the value is set to -1. With that, I just hit Scale keys. It'll flip the entire curve, so it actually reversed the curve. Let me undo this so you guys can see. So let's make this really big. So you can see the peak is right here on frame 21. Edit, Scale. Now it's down on that frame. So that relines it up so that the forward motion lines up with the arm. So now we get that. Very slight, but it's in there. And I might just offset it 1 frame. We'll see. So we get that. So this slight bounce to the shoulder, but we did that very quickly and easily because we're just copying curves. Once you kind of figure out where you can copy curves from, it makes life as an animator much easier. Because if you need a little overlap in something, instead of having to try and... If I was to try and animate that overlap myself, that tiny little shoulder bounce, that would be annoying. We'll put it that way. But if I can just copy curves, that makes my life way easier. So I can do the same thing with this shoulder as well. So I'm actually going to take the rotate Z, the up and down of this shoulder, copy that, and put it on this one. Because this is kind of bouncing from the body. So let's also make sure we cycle the curve before you even start. This makes sure that it loops. And then paste. There we go. And then move it into place. Like that. So now we have this. Now actually, okay, so we've got that. That's the up and down. And no, I'm gonna change this, I think. So I kind of want to tie the up and down motion into the hand here, because as the hand is on the horse, no, if I'm moving, it'll be more forward and back. I'm just raising one hand. I'm actually controlling one hand versus the other. So I'm kind of looking at my shoulder. Does it move that much compared to the bounce? No, I think the up and down is going to be the most. How do you know which curve you need? Practice and just kind of thinking of how things are affected. So for example, looking at the shoulder, if the arm is being pulled forward like this, which my hand is here, then I want to use that motion, that forward motion of the hand, to influence the curve. That's going to be very important to me. If there's no influence on that, then I'll look for another curve. So it's kind of trying to figure out what would affect it. And for example, the bounce up and down, as the body is doing this, that's going to change the shoulders, overlap. So the translate Y, the up and down, affects the rotations of the shoulder. Same thing if we wanted to do this and overlap the head. The translate Y of the body is the thing that's affecting the up and down of the rotation of the head. So you can kind of mix and match and do all sorts of things like that, which is really cool. And Shinashiri and Feynman, thank you so much for the follows. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Let's see. I'm not a fan of this hand pose, but we'll kind of figure it out later. Now, one thing here is this hand right now is being constrained. It is just following the horse, and there's not really any motion to it. It's a constraint. Now, ideally what I would like is the motion of that hand should be the thing that drives the shoulder forward and back. So what I can do is with that constrained hand, I'm going to select the translation curves here. And I'm going to go to curves, bake channel. And we'll just do the start and end here of the cycle. And we'll go on ones. So that means every frame. And let's let that bake. So what baking does is it takes information that is constrained. It's not keyed. There are no keys on a constraint. The hand is just moving because it's following something else. So it's taking that motion and then converting it into actual keyframes. So now we have our forward motion right here. This is the forward motion of that hand. Forward and back. So what that means is I can now take this curve. I'm going to go to curves, simplify, because I don't want it to have that many keys. So let's kind of clean that up there. I just need an approximation, not an exactitude. So something like that. Edit, copy. Let's go to our shoulder here. Rotate Y. Edit, paste. Now let's see if this is going to be the opposite way that it needs to be. So once again, let's try to make that a little bit bigger. No, actually that's good. So now you can see it's matching where the hand is going. So I took that constraint data, converted it into keys. It's still constrained, but I basically wrote out the curves that it would have had. Then I can take that, put it on my shoulder, and create this connected feeling. Now we can offset that here. So now we get that feeling that the shoulder is following the hand. And I can maybe clean it up just a little bit here. Maybe not. Just a little. So there we go. And now we've got that shoulder moving. I'm just going to see what happens if I clean it up. Okay. And then Killin, DM's Blast, and MR Martash, thank you so much for the follows. Ooh, off-topic question. When animating a character with flowing clothes or cape, when and what would you use to create that? Endcloth, or would you use some other program? I would use Endcloth because I don't have any other program personally. In studios, though, typically it's a program like Houdini that they'll do boss simulations with. It's just a little bit more robust than Endcloth. So usually it'll be an outside program. Let's see. The other thing, so it'll be something like Houdini. In terms of making the cloth, usually it's something like ZBrush, usually the start of it. And even before that, it's Marvelous Designer. Marvelous Designer would be used to create the cloth. It wouldn't be used to simulate the cloth. Simulation would be mostly done in usually Houdini. You can do it in Endcloth. I've done cloth simulations before. The main thing with Endcloth is that it's just not quite as robust, I guess you could say. It's very good, but it's lacking certain features that would make it kind of exactly what I would want. We'll put it that way. And Hangover, thank you so much for the follow. So let's see here. Trying to think of how I can animate the wrist here to not feel like it's locked off. So I think one thing I could do, and this is where those offsets that I made are very nice. I can take this hand, just kind of stretch it a little bit more so the palm is right over that locator, which is going to overstretch the hand, but that's fine. I can always take this locator and just kind of scooch it back. Like that. Okay. But what this gives me is the ability to just rotate the hand from this point. Instead of rotating at the wrist, I can just do this. Which is basically where the palm is pressing against the horse. So let's just kind of do this manually. I could try to copy curves, but I kind of want to just make sure I know exactly what I want here. And basically what I want is that the hand shouldn't stay perfectly stiff. It should kind of press against the horse. So I just want to make sure that that happens. Then I'll worry about the fingers later. Now my cycle ends on frame 28, so let me make sure I copy that pose over. And even just doing that pretty much solved it. So now that hand feels like it's actually staying on the horse just a little longer. So you can compare like this pose here versus when it came up here and the wrist is at this uncomfortable angle compared to that. This is the point of having a hand constrained in a way that you can still animate it. Normally constraints make it so that you can't animate them. It's a lock and key. It's literally constraining it. So building in a setup that you can actually animate these objects while they're constrained allows you to make much more natural motions and avoids that feeling of a fake shot. So to me, like a fake shot is when a character is holding something and it is almost like their hand is just glued onto it. That doesn't feel real. How much time would you typically have professionally to do a ride animation like this? For something like this, it's tricky. It depends on, like, if it's just a cycle like this, probably a day. It maybe just a few hours even. Like, it depends on if you're, like, right now I'm just animating the character, so probably a day on the character, a day on the horse, depending on how much detail I want to put in. If it's kind of for a TV schedule, probably just a day for both. Like, I've been animating here for quite a while now, about 3.5 hours. But to be fair, like actual animation time, if I was to actually sit down and concentrate on a talk or a demo or explain what I'm doing, I've probably only really animated, to be honest, for about half an hour, if that. Yeah, I would say most of the stuff that I've gotten done today, I probably could have finished in like 45 minutes, which what we did today was basically the entire body, like from the waist up. So we've done the hands, we've done the head, we've done all of that. And even then, probably like half an hour. So to do the whole character would probably be like 4 hours maybe. And that's to get it like fully polished. I'm animating with a Cintiq. I'm animating with an old Intuos 3 tablet. So this tablet's, I had this when I was a teenager. So it's about 16 years old now. And it's still working strong. But Cintiqs work really well too. I've never actually used a Cintiq. Well, I've tried one once, but I usually do all my stuff on a Intuos. And Hemberbeg, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. And follow-up question, would you typically animate separate from the full scene and then link the file to the scene? It depends. So if this is a cycle, I would animate this separately. And what I would then do is use something like this. This is Studio Library, which I believe, do I have a... No, I need to make a link to that. This is a free plugin, and let's let that open, and I'll find a link for everyone here. This is a free plugin for Maya. which allows you to save. So Studio Library, and Reckwell, thanks for the follow. So let it open. It's a plugin that lets you save poses or animation. So for example, I created this Zelda walk cycle here in one of the other streams. And this is a walk cycle now that if I were to open a shot and I needed Zelda to walk, I could just take that, boop, put it in, done. And from there, I can use that as a base to build new animations off of. So if she's walking and then she has to stop and do something, I don't have to animate the walk itself. Same thing here. Because this is just a cycle, I would animate this on its own. Then I could save it into a library. And if ever I needed to bring her into a scene riding a horse, done. And I can start working from there. So if this was an actual scene where she's actually acting and doing a whole thing like that, then I would just animate it in the shot itself. So why don't I use a simple mouse? There's a few different reasons. One, and the main one, is when I first started learning animation, this was many years ago, I started using it with a mouse. And after about, I think it was like 2 or 3 months, I was already starting to get some really bad wrist pain. And this is just because of the way I use the mouse. When I'm middle clicking, I tend middle mouse clicking and right clicking. I put a lot of pressure on my middle finger, just the way I click on it, which puts a lot of tension on your, like we talked about earlier, on your tendons in your wrist. And that's how you start getting repetitive strain injury, is using these tendons a lot, and it starts to kind of rub through in what's called the carpal tunnel and starts damaging your wrist. Now, not everyone gets that, but for me, I already started noticing like 2 months in. So I made the change to use a pen, because with a pen, you're not using your fingers. I'm holding it, and that's about it. The only thing I'm using to click is tapping, and then I use the thumb. So my thumb is resting, let's go full screen here. My thumb is resting on these buttons, you can see right there, like that. And if I have to use it, all I have to do is this. Done. Click. If I have to do a right click, it's just a little doot, and then right click. So this is the extent of the stress on my hand versus click, 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 right click, and doing that all day. It's not a big motion. Like doing this, it's not bad, but just hold your hand at an angle and do this. And just kind of flick your fingers around like that for just a little bit. It doesn't take long, and you start noticing, you start feeling it in right here. Now, imagine that you've done this for 8 hours. Just doing that for 8 hours. That's a lot of wear and tear on your wrist. Now you do that for a week. You do that for a year. That is not good for your wrist. Now, this is a deeper reason. This is an uncomfortable position for your hand. Or I shouldn't say uncomfortable, unrelaxed position. This pose here, if you look at your wrist, there's 2 bones that run from your elbow into your wrist. This is the radius and the ulna. The radius is on the thumb side, the ulna, I believe, is on the pinky side, and they twist around each other. So it's kind of like this, 2 bones, and this is what allows us to twist our wrist. Our wrist doesn't rotate. It's these 2 bones that rotate. And just hold your hand like this on your hand or on your arm and do this. You'll feel the bones twisting. So when those bones twist, as we do this and put our hand flat, that's twisting them and tightening all the tendons, which puts even more strain on your wrist. If you keep your hand level like this, those bones are just parallel, relaxed. And then if we twist right this way, now it's twisting the other way. So this is a natural pose for the hand. This is twisted, and so is like going the other way. When you're holding a pen, that keeps your hand at a relaxed state compared to using a mouse, which rotates that. So even more, it lets you kind of relax as you're working. So that's kind of the main reason I started using it. Now, the first time I started using a pen was nightmarish. I will say that right away. I could not get things to work properly. I was so used to a mouse, like trying to use a pen for everything was such a pain. So basically what I did was I unplugged my mouse and threw it into a drawer across the house somewhere far away, and I forced myself to use the tablet for 2 weeks for everything. Looking at YouTube videos, doing spreadsheets if I had to do that, just for anything. So after those 2 weeks, when I kind of brought back the mouse, I actually found that I preferred the pen more for most things. And nowadays, like if I'm animating, I can't really animate with a pen, or sorry, I can't animate with a mouse because it just feels uncomfortable and it feels unintuitive. The thing with a pen that I really like is as I'm moving something, I feel like I'm actually like moving it physically. Like at least for me, this is different for everyone, but for example, if I'm going to move that hand, I feel like I'm actually picking it up and dragging it. Whereas with a mouse, it has this disconnect of click and then drag. I'm not the one that's clicking it. It's the difference between like physically picking something up and moving it, or being like a crane operator with just levers and it's being picked up way over there and I'm just kind of manipulating it in that sense. With a pen, I get that tactile feeling, which I really like. So for me, it's just comfortable now. Now I still I have my mouse right here, right next to my tablet. So I'll often be switching back and forth. It depends on what I need to do. For example, if I'm doing modeling in Maya, most of the time I'm using the mouse because I find it's a little bit more precise. So I can get that like really like down to the pixel precision. The tablet doesn't quite have that because it's based on your hand motion. So if, as you're tapping, you might have a little flick or something like that, which ruins certain things. But for the most part, it's very comfortable. Where am I working? I do a lot of freelance. I also work for Animation Mentor. So Animation Mentor, for anyone who doesn't know, is an online animation school. My brother and I both teach there. We were both students there before. And that's kind of our main focus right now, along with some freelance work whenever we can. So let's see. And thank you so much to everyone who's following. I know I missed a whole chunk here, but I really appreciate it. Moonscattle, Dango, Mopfather, Jordy, out of Ortega, so many. Thank you so much. Dahlia, Mr. Leaf, Paige Cito. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Now I did see another question, and BitMonkey. That's an awesome username. Might go back to using my tablet. I stopped using it because I always had to install drivers. Yeah, so actually, this is something that is very annoying. Is sometimes you'll use a tablet, and this happens with Wacom tablets. I haven't used any others, but sometimes you'll use it, and then one day you'll sit down, nothing's changed, and the tablet doesn't work anymore. And then you have to go in and reinstall all your drivers and get it working, and it's like, ugh, it's such a pain. There is a little trick to it. If ever well, I would do this before your tablet drivers stop working. But if your tablet drivers stop working, open up the Wacom tablet preference file utility. So before they stop working, like right now, if you have it, go in here and back up your preferences. So just back them up. It'll save a file on your computer. Now, the next time your tablet stops working, typically, this works for me about 99% of the time. Then there's that 1% that, it doesn't work, and usually a restart will fix it. But most of the time, all you need to do is remove the preferences. So just hit remove right there, and then hit restore to bring back that file that you saved. That resets your tablet, brings all your preferences back, so you don't have to reset all your hotkeys and all of that, and gets it working right away. So hopefully that helps. I know it helped me quite often. And J88, thank you so much for the follow, as well as Hutchkins. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're having a following party. Jeez, so many people in here. It's so cool. And actually, I did see. It came over from Sir Wade. Oh yeah, Sir Wade's doing his 24-hour stream today. I want to jump into there and cheer him on. It's always amazing that he does those. I so want to try, but I think I just fall asleep at my desk. Now there was a question, so thanks for releasing a screen space matching script. That's you're welcome. I'm glad that or I hope that it'll help you. So for anyone who doesn't know, I actually just released a screen space matching script yesterday. So there's the link to it if anyone's interested. It's totally free. If you want to download it, just try it out. As long as it doesn't explode for you and as long as it works, that's all I want. But basically this solves an issue where if ever you've seen Spider-Verse, that show is animated on 2s and 3s at times, so the keys aren't 100% always moving. The character kind of freezes for a little bit, which is a really cool style. But the problem is that by default in Maya or any animation program, if you have a moving camera, which Spider-Verse has a lot of, and a character moving on 1s and 2s, what you'll end up with is... Oops, that's the wrong file there. What you'll end up with is flickering. And this is caused... So here it is right here. So lots of blue right now. So this flickering right there. See that? That is caused by the camera overshooting the motion of the object, and then the object moving, camera overshooting, object moving, camera overshooting. So when you use the screen spacer script here, it equalizes that and basically makes it so that the object always stays in the same spot in screen space, which smooths it out and creates that Spider-Verse feeling. And it also works with more complex shots, like even with a complex rig like this. You can see how that nose is kind of popping forward and back ever so slightly, or you see it kind of on the shoulders. And then with the screen spacer, it just smooths that out. So if anyone's interested in trying that out, feel free. It's in that link above. Feel free to download it. As long as it helps someone animate something awesome, that's all I want. So you don't get enough sleep as it is. Who needs sleep? Sleep is overrated. No, honestly, like, we've got a lot of people here. Eat well, sleep well, drink well. I'm actually going to take a sip of water. Treat your body well. It is one of those things that I wish I had done more of when I was younger. And this is kind of getting into that old man speech. But for me, it's more of the... I want to be an animator. I love animating, and I want to be an animator for a long time. I want this to be something that I do for the rest of my life. So if I'm not treating myself well and taking care of my body, all I'm going to do is I'm going to burn myself out to the point that I can't work anymore. This is why I use a tablet, because I want to keep my wrists safe. I want my body to be healthy and to not break down. So treat yourself well. I think I need to bring that shoulder forward a little bit more. Kind of feels like it's a little too far back. Oop, wrong axis. There. I might also twist the body a little bit, where I just take all of the spine controls. Let's take the rotate X. And I grabbed something I shouldn't have. 1, 2, 3. Rotate X. Interesting. There's a curve here that's not correct. This one. top spine control is not moving correctly. That's interesting. Luckily, it's an easy fix. Boop. There we go. So I'm going to take all of these and I'm just going to rotate all of them globally, just so that side of the body tends to lean forward a little bit more, because that arm is slightly forward. So now we get that, which should help the elbow not kind of overreach. Let's see. I fell asleep at a WWE event. Oh no, that's actually very impressive, because I can imagine those would be very loud. Can anyone here give me some feedback on a blocking idea I have, like a play blast? Sure, I'd be happy to take a look. Let's see. I'm going to have to rewatch this because Rita Antonio came to give me my birthday present. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, definitely that takes precedence. Enjoy your birthday. I know it's kind of been a while now, it's a few days, but it's still your birthday week. You get to celebrate. And Bell Heford, or Figor, thank you so much for the follow. And Zanibo, and I apologize for everyone else I missed. Sakura, Hey, Labardu. I also apologize if I butcher your names. I'm terrible at reading things. Sackdraw, Fifth Miracle. Thank you so much. I really appreciate everyone following. Just Jules, Gara, Kendriel, Vigara, Elcor, Linu. Man, geez, thank you so much, everyone. That's awesome. Yeah, so to go back to the question here, which was, okay, the blocking idea. Yeah, if you have a link, just feel free to send it to me. I can take a look. Let's see. I'm experiencing lots of difficulties to learn the graph editor. Okay, so, oh yeah, and then how do you deal with burnout? So let's go over the graph editor and then the burnout. Okay, so let's do that. Let's pause this here and save this. Actually, let's do this in this file here, because we're going to be able to see a complex animation. So this is a very complex animation in terms of there's a lot of things going on here. It's not just a cube or a sphere. And oh, my cycle is slightly off. Did I adjust something in the foot? Okay. Anyway, so we've got this complex animation. And when you look at the graph editor can be a confusing bowl of spaghetti. A very colorful spaghetti. And when you're first looking at it, it can just be like, what the heck am I looking at? What should I even make sense of this? And honestly, I've been animating for a long time now, and whenever I look at the graph editor, I'm only ever looking at two things. Just two. Nothing more, nothing less. I look at the change of direction, whether the curve is going up or it's angled downwards, up or down, and I look at how steep it is. So let's take a look at the hips here. And actually, let's go here, and I'm just going to isolate this so we can just look at just the hips. So let's look at our translate Z curve. So this is the forward motion on the body. So the first thing I look at is the direction. If a curve is going up, it's going in one direction. If you change directions, it goes the opposite way. It's a change of direction. So if it's going up, it's going one way. If it then starts going down, it's going the other way. That's it. So here, just looking at this, I can see it goes one way and then another. So one direction, changes again over here, changes again over there. We're seeing this change in direction. Now, the thing that a lot of people get stuck into, which I used to a lot as well, is well, which direction is it? So if it's going up, is it going screen left? And then, oh, if it's going down, it's going screen right? Or is it supposed to be going up and down? Which is the exact direction that it's going in? And honestly, it doesn't really matter. The reason it doesn't matter is a lot of it depends on where you move your camera. So for example, let's say right now, as the curve is going up, we can see that the hips move forward. As it goes down, the hips go back. They slide back along the horse. It goes forward and back, forward and back. Great. So it goes left and then right, left and then right. Great. Except if I do this. Now it's going right and then left, right and then left. If I go here, now it's up and down, or down then up, down then up. So the exact direction doesn't matter. Honestly, what I just do is I'll look at it and I'll just go, okay, scrub through, forward, back. Okay, got it. And then I'll look at my curve and now I know that up is forward, down is back. And the moment I'm done with that, I let it disappear from my brain and forget about it. Because I might move the camera somewhere completely different, or the character might turn around and suddenly it's going to mean something different. So I just look at it as it's a change of direction, and the exact direction is not super important. So that's the first thing, change of direction. The next thing is speed. So if you look at a curve, if the curve is flat, that means it's slow. If it's steep, it means it's fast. Slow, fast. So looking at my shot here, just with that simple rule in mind, I can see that it goes fast right here, it's steep, then it flattens out, it goes slower, and then it gets steeper, fast, slow, fast, slow, fast, slow. So with that, with those two things, I can see that the object goes forward in one direction quickly. It slows down, changes direction, speeds up, slows down, changes direction, starts to speed up, fast, slow. I get that. That's all I need to know. Then with all of that, basically as I'm looking at my animation, I can go, is that what I want? As the character is riding on this horse, for example, should it just be going forward, slow down, change in direction, back, forward, back, forward, back? So just fast, slow, fast, slow, fast, slow. Or should maybe there be a hitch in there where it's like fast, pause, fast? So it's kind of doing this, like that kind of feeling, that pause and then go. Well, if I know that, I can just set a key in the middle and do this. So now we're going to get change of direction, fast, pause, that, and then speed up again. So now it's going to go forward, and you get that little pause in there before changing direction, and so you get that motion, so that little pause. So with just that, I can look at any curve and know exactly what I want and how it should move. Now, this doesn't apply all the time because sometimes you will get gimbal lock and stuff, but in general, like 90% of the time, this works. And it's simple. So for example, looking at the up and down, again, if I was looking at this, I would go, okay, as it goes down, the hips go down. Okay, now I know the directions. So that's going down, then up, down, then up, and it's going slow, fast. It eases in, it really holds there, and then fast right there. So it's leaving faster. Let's exaggerate this. It leaves faster, up, and then eases at the top. So it's kind of go pop up, hold, and then come down. Pop up, hold, come down. Versus if I did something like this, where it's going to hold a little longer, then so it's kind of slow, 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 up. So that's pretty much it. That's how I look at the graph editor. And when I'm looking at any curve, as you guys are watching me do this, for example, if you are ever seeing me look at the graph editor, that's all I'm thinking about is what should happen here and how would that reflect in the speed and direction of the graph. So I hope that makes sense. And definitely let me know if you have any other questions on that. Now, in terms of exercises, here's a good exercise I would recommend anyone do, especially if you're first learning. I've mentioned this before, but it's worth re-mentioning. So I'm going to take a sphere. And I'm just going to go to one of the orthographic views. So these are the flat views. And I'm going to hit Shift D. This allows me to duplicate the object. And then I'll move it up and I'll hit Shift D again. This is the duplicate with transform option. This allows me to just duplicate objects and then move them across. And I'm going to set a key on frame 1 on all of these objects. I'm going to go to frame 49. That's 2 seconds. And move them across like this. So now we have all of these objects moving together. And they all do the exact same thing. Now, the goal of this exercise is to take all of these objects and make every single one of them feel absolutely unique without adjusting the start and end frame. They all have to start on frame 1 and they all have to stop moving on frame 49. You cannot change that. All you can do is change what happens in the middle. So, with that, this will help you learn like how adding keys will work. So for example, I could take this one, set a key, and let's kind of hold it a little longer over here. And then maybe it comes through and maybe it'll actually end before all the others. So I'll set a key and comes in right there. So now we get a little bit of a hold and then there. What if the next one holds even more? Maybe it anticipates. Instead of going forward, it'll actually go back a little bit. And then just fire off. And maybe like we build up, let's hold a little longer. Like it just is building its energy. And then as it goes through, it just goes slowly. So we have this big buildup and then it's just kind of like just not going that fast in comparison to the other one. So it de-escalates that energy. So we can do that. We can also use this as a graph editor exercise. So for example, let's say we want this object to fire off the line. Imagine like a bullet being shot or something being thrown. Well, what do we want to have happen? We want it to start fast and then slow down. It should just zoom out and then come to a stop. Well, if we think of the speed of the curve, fast motions are steep. Slow motions are flat. So it'll be steep and then flat. Right now we're going flat, steep, flat. If I want it to be fast, do that. Now it's steep and then flat. And what that creates is this nice fire right off. If I want to have an overshoot in there, so it goes past and then comes back, I need a change of direction. The curve needs to go past and then back. There we go, a change of direction. And let's actually just add another key in here so I have a little bit more control. So we get this, a change of direction. So now we get fast, change of direction, overshoot, and then slow. So if we look at this, there we go. And I would just do this and do as many spheres as you can and make every single one of them totally different. That will get you and that kind of ability to look at the curves and understand what they mean and what we need from them. But it's all from kind of keeping it very simple and just looking at those two things: direction, up and down, whether it's going up or whether it's going down or whether it's going up, and the steepness of the curve. So hopefully that helps. Now let me catch up with the chat here because I saw a lot of people followed. Thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate this. And let's see. There's this feedback here. Let's take a look at that. Oh, it looks like you might need to make the link public there. For some reason I can't access it. So I apologize if I missed anyone. Yukshvar, Yamin, Mr. Elephant, that's Nazmi's name. Rialda, Derek, Monksop. Can I see the animation link that you reviewed yesterday about the changes you mentioned? I'll try to do it right. Yeah, definitely. Snoop Supa, Vita Petra, Elsa, Marco Franco. Thank you so much for the follows. I'm just catching up with the chat right now. Is it always good when you look at the graph editor that the curves are curvy? No, not at all. I mean, is it right when you look at very cornered curves that you know there will be something wrong? Not at all. Sometimes you want cornered curves. So for example, if I want the object to hit here, where it comes here and then slams in and bounces, then I would want that corner. So I want this object to come in. Let's kind of change it up a little bit. It'll start slow, start to fall, speed up, and then I want it to bounce off something. A bounce is a hard thing. It's not a slow change of motion. So now I would have this sharp corner hit. So now if we look at this, you'll see it comes in fast, boing, and then comes to a stop. So again, it's just thinking of what you want. For example, if a character is turning naturally under their own power doing this, normally we would want smooth curves because as creatures, if we move in a very sharp way, that kind of damages us. If I just twist my head like that very quickly, I might hurt myself. It's just the way our bodies are designed. So there might be a little ease. The curves might be smoother. Still maybe a little sharper than normal if I do something like that, but it'll be an ease to it. But what if there's an outside source? So instead of my head turning on its own, it's just someone punching me in the face. Hit. Well, that punch, my head is going to be maybe turning in this direction. So, oh, what's that? My face gets punched. You're going to have a corner like this where the rotation on the head is just snapped over the other direction. And then the rest of the body might not have that exact same snap, but it'll be a lot sharper than a normal body turn. So when you're doing this, the main thing to watch out for is what you want to have happen. A big problem I had when geez, so many followers. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate all of this. Like, it means a lot. I'm trying to keep up with the chat, but I'll try to go over it really quick after this. So the main thing to keep in mind is what the curve needs. I had a big problem when I first started animating where I would try to smooth everything out because, well, a curve is supposed to be smooth. It's a curve. It's in the name, a curve. And what I would end up getting is animations that are always just super mushy and soft and just everything. Every time the character moved, it was just like, and it looked awful. So I had to learn, it took a while, but I had to learn that I have to shape the curve based on what I want to have happen, not smooth it out because it's a curve. So I hope that helps. It's really doing what you want to see. So even in this shot, for example, like there are moments you'll see some curves are much flatter and have much bigger sharp angles. Others don't. Others are much smoother. Now, because this is an organic motion, most of these curves are going to be round because it's organic. But yeah, so hopefully that helps. And the Elvor, Leodoria, just a huge thank you to everyone I'm going to mention here. I'm going to try to go through this quickly. Twint, Draxin, Zen Video Cassette. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, there's Mr. Leaf's shot right here. I'm going to open that up in just a second. Dan O'Batty, Northern Cross, Avocado, Kevin, Frezer Rasefa, TB Tengu, Sir Davalon, Mermado, okay, and there's the other link there. Let me open that up. What is the bar just below your graph editor, above the timeline? This is Animbot. It's a plugin by Alan Camillo, and it's just got a bunch of animation tools that are really, really helpful. I will say, honestly, I don't use it that often, mostly because I do a lot of teaching, and I like to teach the default Maya because it makes it so anyone can access it. But if you are looking into being an animator, I definitely recommend it, especially when you start getting more experience. It's just got a lot of really good tools. You do have to pay for a license, but a lot of the tools are worth the price, and it's really solid as a plugin. Cloud Blaze, thank you. You have over 300 views. I know, it's like, well, actually less now. Sir Wade, I'm assuming, just started his stream, so everyone's funneling over there, which is actually really awesome. I might actually just raid his channel, just because. Let's see. You're almost at 2,000. Congrats. We just passed 2,000. We just went into 2,000 followers. Jeez. We started the stream today at like, I think it was 1910 or something like that. I don't know what happened. Snowvein, Anity, jeez, it just won't stop. Apollo, TG Gamer, Kenyat. Oh man, Small Things, is there a way to make the curve absolutely straight? Yes. So to make it curve absolutely straight, you would just turn on either auto tangents or flat tangents right here, and then you can either move the key, and in Maya, newer versions of Maya, it'll actually snap when you get to the same level, or just copy the value here and paste it on the other key there, and that'll flatten everything out, which is good because that means it's absolutely no motion, which is good when you have a foot staying on the ground. Silius, Mahjons, Jelusimois, Chudai. Oh man, I have to keep up. Yelhutipia, Lurks. I so apologize. I'm trying to read quickly. Art Skills Virus. That's why I'm asking, because there are a lot of things in the graph editor that you can do for getting different results. Yeah, exactly. Dewira, Spur to the Fur. You know Sir Wade in real life? Yes. We've met a few times, and I won't speak for him, but I consider him a very close friend. He is an awesome guy, amazing person. Mahina Bell, oh thanks, congrats. Yeah, we passed 2,000. I did not think that was gonna happen today, let alone, like, I was expecting maybe we'd reach it by like end of summer. Jeez, did in a day. Let's see. Bufatomi, well deserved. You're like Bob Ross of animation tutorials. I can't grow an afro, but my hair is growing out, and it gets the Weird Al hair that kind of just straight out and kind of, it doesn't fall nicely. So we could get a what is it, a faux fro or whatever it is, like that fake fro, 3D printed afro, just put it on my head. Perfect. I should just let my hair grow out and then be able to whip my face with it, just for the sake of it. We were thinking of actually growing our hair out again, to donate it for cancer. You should make an intro in 3D like Bob Ross. Oh, that would be awesome. I've been wanting to do a 3D or like an animated intro to the channel. That would be cool, dude. Bob Ross style. So huge. I do want to say a huge thank you to everyone who's following. I really appreciate that. It means so much to me that everyone would jump in like that. That is so cool. Man, I don't even know what to say. Thank you, everyone. Jeez, we crossed over into another digit. Yeah, 2K hype exactly. Jeez, I need to do something. I need to do some sort of special stream at some point. Hey, and Gregorian, thank you so much for the subscription too. Jeez. Oh man, thank you. Gotta do the dance. I love this. The song plays for me. I wish it would play for everyone else. Become a meme lord. Yeah, just start posting a lot of memes. I love memes, by the way. They are amazing. Now, actually, before I get totally distracted, I did want to look at the other shots here. So we've got 2 shots. So I want to look at these before I totally forget. And what do you think about AI learning? Well, animators' job is going to fall because we have seen some gadgets like mocap suits. No, it's AI learning will replace certain aspects of animation, and it might change our jobs quite a bit. But that's like saying that 2D animators or animators in general lost a job because computers came in. No, we just adapted. So technology will always change the way we animate. Tablets change the way we animate. They change the way we drew. Programs like Maya change the way we approach 3D animation. It might change the approach, but animators will always be needed, especially when doing cartoony animations or anything that's not kind of realistic. Machine learning will change a lot, but I don't think it'll ever totally replace things. And mocap suits, those are very useful, but they are a tool just like how Maya is a tool. Yeah, exactly. You can't mocap a ninja walrus. Well, maybe you can. If you trained a walrus for years and years and put them in a tight spandex suit, maybe you could shoot the reference, but it would be tricky. It's usually easier to hire an animator for that. And Logan, thank you so much for the follow. So let's take a look at this. So it's a school assignment, but I got feedback that it's kind of boring and cliche. Okay. This is body mechanics assignment, and the problem I have is that the reference I shot is realistic for the falling part, but I'm not sure how to make it like a cartoony kind of fall and make the things here snappy. Okay, let's take a look here. So he's coming down, sitting. Very nice. Very nice. So I like this. So in terms of making it more interesting, let's start with the interesting part first. Or like I should say the yeah. What do I want to start with first? So I think the main thing you could do to kind of push a little bit more character in this is, and kind of make it give him a little bit more personality, really, is pushing the subtleties in his acting. So right now he's kind of walks in, he stops, sits down. It's very natural. Like the motions you're doing mechanically feel beautiful. I will say that. It is fantastic. But he's kind of lacking character. So for example, maybe as he comes in, he's got the camera and he stops. And what does he feel looking at this nature? Right now he comes in and he sits down, but I don't really get what he's feeling. Is he bored? And he's like, ugh, sit down. And then click. Quick. Or is he super excited and he walks in, fresh air, sits down, gotta take that perfect photo? Is he like just I don't mean this in any bad way, but like a tourist who's just like clicking and like, oh, click, ooh, click? Or is he a photographer where it's like, oh, get that perfect composition? So as he's taking a picture, it's not just turn and click, it's like get that right angle, maybe adjust the lens, and then click. I would love to get more of who this person is. And that will take that action from just a normal action to something that is interesting. And this is the big thing that I typically tell all my students, and something I really want everyone to focus on, is the actions you do are not what make the shot interesting. And I'm just looking for a link here. So the actions you do not make a shot interesting. What makes a shot interesting is the character behind the actions. You could have the most boring action ever, like sitting. Everyone sits. Like there's not that much interesting about that. And you can make it awesome. So for example, here, this is a clip I show to all my students. This is from Big Hero 6, and it was an animation test that the animators did to figure out who each of these characters were. And the way they did this was, it wasn't, okay, what is this unique action that everyone has to do, this unique, powerful, like, attack or something like that. All it is how does a character sit down? And then they add a little bit of flair, but even without the flair, every character here, and we'll just let this play, every character here opens the door after Big Hero 6, or after Baymax. They open the door and they sit down. And every one of them is different. Even if we didn't have the name, and if we just saw the silhouette of the character, we would know what the personality of this character is. We would know how they approach life, in a sense. And it's just the way they interact with the environment and the way they sit. So in your case, the fact that he's coming in with a camera and sitting down, that's really cool. I like that. But what's missing is, who is this person? And how would they do this action? That's what's going to take it from, or that's what's going to help with that boring note. Yeah, her walk is so snappy. And then, like this is a great personality moment. Most people would pick themselves up. No, he goes to read his comic some more. So that will help with that personality, because your mechanics are solid. Again, your mechanics are amazing. It's pushing that acting, and not acting in the sense of theater and like lip sync and all of that, but just, who is this person? So the next thing is the cliche. Unfortunately, this idea is cliche in the sense of, it's like Little Miss Muffet sat on a tuffet. Like a spider comes down and scares someone. That's a cliche idea in the sense of people are scared of spiders and it's kind of just there. I don't think that's a bad thing per se. But maybe you could play with it a little bit. Where, like, instead of just seeing the spider and getting scared, and this is something I like to do whenever I have a shot, is, even if I have to do a cliche idea, how can I take what I have in this shot and make it unique? So right now, the spider crawls on his head, and then he pulls the camera up and looks at the spider, and that freaks him out. He's looking at the spider. But what if he's taking photos, and he's so engrossed in taking the photos that the spider crawls over his head and then down his hand and onto the camera lens? And then instead of just kind of pulling the camera up and looking up at the spider, which that spider could be anywhere beside him, whatever, it's like, oh, there's something on the lens. It's the first thing that distracts him away from taking pictures. He loves pictures so much. And he takes that and looks at the spider, and he kind of tilts the camera up, and then the spider's like right there. And then he could jump, but instead of just, what happens with the camera right now? Instead of the camera just kind of going in the air, maybe he just takes the camera and then throws it, just chucks it against a tree, which would make an interesting character contrast, where you have a character, if you show that he loves photography, this is the thing he loves, and then he's so scared by the spider that that love of something is totally overwritten and it's just like, kill, like, just get it away. And then he can fall, and then once he falls, he can realize what he's done and look for his camera, or like just try to crawl away. It builds a contrast in there, instead of just doing an action and getting scared but not having any real connection, because he could be doing anything. He could just be sitting. Taking pictures doesn't tie into this. But by um, by pushing that element, you build that contrast and a connection. So those would be my main notes for that. Now, in terms of the cartoony fall here, the big thing I would do when you're thinking about cartoony action, there's a lot of different ways you can do this. The first thing I would do, honestly, is just study some other cartoons. Look at cartoony falls that you really like. Look up like Warner Brothers or like maybe some Disney films if you want to keep it a little bit more realistic. Look at scenes where characters are thrown out a window and fall, or like get tossed around. Big Hero 6 might have a few good ones from that. And see how, like, just study frame by frame through and look at how they animate that motion. Now, with that, once you have that, one simple way I tend to approach falls is I try to imagine every part of the character is a bouncing ball. So think of the hips as a bouncing ball and just have that animate and fall and then bounce as if it's a really heavy bouncing ball that's slightly deflated. It's not going to bounce up like a basketball or something like that, but it's going to go and just kind of bounce. Animate that. Just focus on the hips. Then animate the spine doing the same thing, but with an offset and maybe less of a bounce. And you do that and you think of like the elbows and the hands, and it'll get you that nice strong impact without having to try and think of like how all the different parts will move and be in relation to each other on every single frame. That offsets will just kind of work with themselves. But you just get that hip feeling right first. Just move the hip, go up and then down, and make that feel solid. And then everything else will just add to that. If that solid part doesn't feel strong right at the beginning, it's not going to matter. It's similar to the animation I'm doing here, where I could have posed everything out, all of it all at the same time. But that would have made it very difficult to make sure that the core is working. The important thing is that the core works. So I just animated the hips, just the hips alone first, and then I added everything else on. Because once I know the hips are working, everything else is going to work too. So jump more. In terms of jumping more, I think it depends on what you want to do. If you want to keep it more realistic, in a like cartoony realism way, I don't think he needs to jump more. Maybe just a little hang time and faster coming down on the ground. It feels a little linear. If you want to really push it cartoony, which I think that would kind of break the style of the film or the style of the shot, because right now, the whole beginning feels very realistic. And if you kind of push away from that, what you might end up getting is this disconnect where it's realistic, and then suddenly out of nowhere it's very cartoony. If you really wanted to go cartoony at the end, then I would really make the beginning very cartoony. Like push your poses where as he's like coming in, it's just super exaggerated. You might like have a moment where like he comes up here and he just takes a huge breath and like you push that line of action, like big moment here where it's just like the outdoors, and then he sits down and it's just a little faster. Yeah, so I would stick towards stylized realism, like Disney-esque. Yeah, so those would be my main notes for you. I hope that helps. Yeah, so don't add time. Like I wouldn't make the shot any longer. Just work with what you have. So let me make sure I didn't miss anything in the chat here. Let's see, I don't know how to keep focus. If Sir Wade's streaming, and Kevin Heron is also streaming. Geez, everyone's streaming at the same time. And I forgot to say thanks to some people. Blasis, MG Daniel, Crankbulb. Thank you so much for the follows. On which platforms do I teach? I teach at animationmentor.com. So there's the link there. It's an online animation school. It's also the school I went to when I first started learning animation. I really love that school. But I also teach on Twitch. So if ever anyone has questions, that's what these streams are all about. It's a way for me to kind of help people that either are trying to start learning and not sure where they should start, or to help people in general, and also to help people who many people can't afford animation school. So I want to be able to give a resource for people to come in and ask questions and learn, hopefully, the ins and outs and what it takes to kind of do animation. And let's see, MG Daniel, can you give me a professional opinion on my animation? Definitely. Who is Kevin? Kevin is Karen Heron is a animator from Sony, who also does streams on Twitch. So I would definitely recommend checking him out. He's got some awesome stuff and awesome A to the J. Artstoff is another really good. He's a rigger. He's the one that made the Zelda rig here. Oh, keep closing things off. The Zelda rig right there, and the new Link rig. Definitely recommend giving him a follow as well. And Artstoff is streaming too. Oh geez, everyone's streaming. I mean, Saturday's the day where everyone has time to work. Exactly. Cool. So let me actually take a look at this shot here. So let's quickly take a look at this. So nice. It's already feeling much better. Okay. Let's take a look at the blinks first. Very nice. Okay. So let's take a look at the jump. Watch that he's not floating right here. It might be a viewport issue, but it looks like his butt's going up before he jumps right there. And then he looks like he's cutting into the ground. Make sure that his point of contact stays the same. So if he's kind of down here, his butt is like right there. So as he jumps, that should kind of be the point that he's leaning or leaving from, like right around here. That'll help keep that consistency and avoid him feeling like he floats around. Then watch here, he's plateauing. He hits the top here and then just goes straight down as his butt comes up. So he creates this kind of linear line right there. Keep that arc going in the head. Really push that bouncing ball feeling. So like right around here, this should be the peak. And at that peak, that's when he's the least stretched. And then from there, he should only really start stretching as he starts coming down. Right now, his head is just kind of doing that. And then it snaps down. Don't go this far. Keep it a little less extreme. And then watch your spacing of the head here. It slows down quite a bit there. I think you could reduce the stretch here just a little bit so that we kind of just keep that spacing from slowing down too much too quickly. Same thing with this jump. Again, the head is becoming linear right here. So really watch that head arc. And then here, it looks like he's missing a jump. He needs to jump right here. He's just sliding. Which is not necessarily a bad thing, but this is one of those things where if you have a character, and in this case he has no legs, we have to think of a way that the character will locomote, where they will move. So does this character move exclusively in jumping? Well, in that case, in order to move, he has to jump. Does he roll? Or is he like a little worm that kind of goes weak, kind of stretches and squashes? Some way for him to move. If he just kind of floats and slides along the ground, what that tells us as an audience is, well, why did he jump first if now he's just floating? or is it maybe something on the ground? Is there ice? It's we want to keep that motion consistent. Okay, so if it's like the Pixar lamp only moves by jumping. Now there is a point where he kind of goes and anticipates, but that whole base is moving. It's not just kind of sliding on the floor. So here you'll want to add that bounce back in. The head looks like it's bouncing, but the hips just kind of float along. Watch here, you're getting too much of a curve here. When if you imagine a character jumping along a curve, oops, let's line this up here. Imagine when a character jumps along a curve, what you want to do is line the character up with that curve, because the curve of the character shows the audience where they're going. So for example, if he's curved this way, that means he's going to be jumping over there. If he's curved this way, that gives the idea that he's jumping over here. If he's curved up like this, that gives the idea that he's curving there. So we want to line the character up with the angle that they are jumping in. So here, if he's jumping along this middle curve there, he would be something like this. And then something like that. Like so. And then like so. So he's bouncing and curving along that arc. This is what gives the feeling of direction to a jump. This part feels really good, very nice and cartoony. Now, as this character rolls here, again, it kind of feels a little off right now, just because he's rotating so fast that it feels like he should roll off screen. I think in order for him to kind of turn up like this, you're going to have to need some sort of bounce, some little like anticipation and then hop and then turn in midair and then land, just because it feels like he's not interacting with the ground. It feels like something is actually turning him instead of him actually living, I guess you could say. So yeah, I think those would be my main notes for you. So the big one is kind of the jumps at the beginning. Really pushing the angle of the jumps, making sure they kind of go with the direction that he's jumping in, not kind of going back or too forward. Watching your spacing, especially on the head, getting those nice clean arcs, that bouncing ball feeling, watching that so it doesn't go linear. And then adding that last little bounce, maybe 2 bounces as he comes to a stop. So yeah. So hopefully that helps. Now, let's see, there were a few other links here, and I missed a few things in the chat. So, let me catch up here. Let's see. Thanks for your advice. This is so helpful for a student like me. Oh, I'm glad. I went to regular on-site school, and I'd like to take a class from an online animation school after I'll find my first job. Is it possible to do that while working in a studio, or would you recommend taking a break? It is possible. I know a lot of people who work full-time when they're taking, for example, Animation Mentor or iAnimate, Anim School. It is possible. So I won't say no. The main thing with working at a studio, for example, so let's say you're working at an animation studio and then also taking Animation Mentor or any of those other schools, is it can be an animation overload, because you're going to be animating 8 hours a day at work, and then you're going to have to come back home, and then you're going to animate some more. And that can get very tiring. I know a few people who did that, and they did it, but their love of animation during that time was not very high, because it's just too much animation. Even though they love animation, when it's every hour, like every waking hour, you go to work, you animate, you come back, you animate, your weekend is animating. it gets very tiring. It would be like having pizza. Like, oh, I love pizza, but if I had that for breakfast, lunch, dinner, a snack, supper, like every day, all the time for an animation term, or like even if it's just 3 months for one term, 3 months of just pizza every single day, I would get tired of it. So kind of pushing yourself to have breaks is very important. So I wouldn't say no, but do it with caution. I would do a few tests on your own first, where if you do get a job at a studio, try for like 2 weeks, even just 2 weeks. Finish work, come home, and do some simple assignments. Just very basic shots, acting shots, or like even just body mechanics shots, little tests, and do it for like an hour or two every night. And by the end of those 2 weeks, see how you feel, and make sure you do it on Saturdays as well. Probably spend a little bit more time on Saturdays. See how you feel about it. This will help you know whether, yeah, maybe it's a little too much animation every day, before you actually pay money for it. Because the last thing you want is to find out halfway through a term that not only are you hating the school environment because it's just more of the same thing that you're doing every other day, but now you're starting to hate work too, because you just finished animating a shot and now you have to go into work and sit there and animate for 8 hours, and it wears down. So I would be careful of that. Not that it might not happen. Maybe you'll actually really enjoy it. But it can be an issue. So let's see. Okay, so MG Daniel, let me open up your link here. And little Splashu, I am giving some feedback. So and Yuri, thanks so for the follow. So right now we're kind of in feedback mode, so if anyone wants me to take a look at something, feel free. So MG Daniel, who else do I have? Animators need breaks to play some Animal Crossing. Yes, I need to do that at some point. I have Animal Crossing, I just haven't even turned it on yet. And Smelby, thank you so much for the follow. So let's take a look at this. Nice, this is awesome. This is really cool. Yeah. That's awesome. That's really good. So overall, I think your animations are really, really good. Honestly, it is very, very well done. You've got great composition skills. It overlaps really nicely. Just overall, it's working fantastically. You're even posing out the hands on a Minecraft character. Like, that is awesome. I would say the biggest note I would have for you is that a lot of the motions feel, what's the right word, even. So for example, the sword swing, let's go there. So as he swings the sword right through here, actually, is it this one or the next one? No. So let's go for the first sword swing. It feels slow. It feels like it's moving at the same speed as the movement afterwards. So for example, he anticipates and then he just swings and then comes back. There's some variation in timing, but it's not much. and it tends to make the motion feel, I'm going to use this word, but it's not a bad thing. So I want to make that very clear. It makes it feel bland. Yeah, the spacing is consistent. It's not a like bland. This is not a bad thing. It's just things don't stand out. So we get this really cool motion. It's very smooth. That's the better word for it. It's very smooth. But nothing stands out. So for example, if I'm doing this and I'm doing a motion like this, there's no moment that really stands out because everything is moving the same. But if I do this and then that and then this and that, suddenly we feel the poses a little bit more. We feel this and that and then this. We feel the moments that hold, and the middle brings our eye somewhere. So for example, if I move my hand slowly here and slowly back, and I kind of go evenly, it's very easy to lose focus and start looking elsewhere. Just it's the human eye, where our eyes get easily distracted. So if something's moving slow, our eyes get used to that motion and then look away. But if we animate like with a little bit more speed in certain areas of, our eyes want to follow that hand. And by using that, we can bring the audience's eye more clearly across the screen. So for example, if I do, and then move that hand and then that hand and like that, now the audience's eye is jumping from one hand to the other by moving one thing kind of fast and then linking it to something else. Now I could do the same thing by moving it slow and even, but it's easy to lose focus. Now, when I say this is not a huge change. It's really just trying to emphasize certain motions, make them faster, make it more intense. So even like when he's swinging here, he lands and the landing is soft. Maybe he lands and there's a little bit more impact on there. And then that will build contrast to the softer motions later on when he stands and you get this like this just kind of heroic pose. Same thing here. He jumps, and when he lands, it like there's a slow motion moment in here where he kind of comes in here and this matrix, which is really cool. But because the motion before it is kind of slow and the motion after it is a little slow, or even I should say, the slow motion moment just feels like the rest. It's not standing out. So if the beginning was a little faster, a little bit more high energy, it would make this slow moment stand out. So I think that would be really my main note, is working on your timing and spacing. They go hand in hand. So just trying to push those elements. But other than that, like, your mechanics are solid, fantastic. Like I said before, your composition, all of that, really good. Like the angles are so dynamic. Your cuts are good. Yeah, I would say work on your timing and spacing. Really pushing that. Nice. So if this is all self-taught, like, this is fantastic. Really, really good. I am seriously impressed. So if you have any other questions on that, definitely let me know. So let me catch up with the chat here. Animators need break. Okay, I saw that one. Do I have a YouTube channel or MG Daniel? I don't have a YouTube channel. Let me actually. I want to see more of this. So I don't have a YouTube channel. I want to make one. It's just finding the time. I don't have much free time. So when I do plan on making some tutorials and stuff. I live in Iran and we are under sanctions and it's very difficult to pay in dollars. You have taught me that humanity is more valuable than money. Yes, humanity is definitely more valuable than money. King Mo. And like I said, this is one of the big reasons I want to do like these streams is a lot of people, depending on where you live, animation school, even online animation school, is not, oh yeah, it's more affordable than going to CalArts or something. But depending on the exchange rate, those can still be crazy expensive. So I want to be able to give a resource for people to jump in and learn something or ask questions without feeling like they have to pay an arm and a leg or have to pay a subscription or something like that, which nothing against those. I teach at an animation school. There's a good value to those. I've gone to those, but not everyone can afford them or have access to them. So I want to be able to give something to fill that void, I guess. What are you currently working on? Currently, I'm doing some freelance work, nothing too big, but working on a big project of my own that I am hoping to publicly announce. I was hoping next week, but it might be a little longer. My work schedule was super busy last week, but a big project that I want to announce soon, hopefully soon. Yeah, that's the big thing I'm working on right now. And how cloth animation works? Basically, you simulate it. So you would finish all the animation, and then you'd basically put the clothing on the character and let the computer simulate the clothing. Now, this is a very cool process, but also very timely. It takes a lot of time to set up correctly, and also very finicky, where if you don't do cloth simulation just right, it can break in so many ways. I did a cloth simulation demo a while back, and what I found out is that cloth simulation does not like streaming. The cloth simulations, at least on my computer, they really messed up with the stream. Everything would just pause and flicker. So I would end up, if I wanted to do more of those, I would probably have to do a 2-machine streaming setup. Do directors specify you should attract eyes of audience? Not usually. They'll let us know if the eye direction is incorrect, but usually we want to, as animators, we have to practice bringing the eye direction where we want the audience to look or where they should look next. So, for example, let's go full screen. Let's say you have a two-character shot. One character talking over here, the other character talking over there. So this way and this way. Now, if I was to have a character, and let's say I'm animating this 2-character shot between 2 cuts. If I have my character kind of staring over here and he goes, "Oh, hello," and then he looks this way, that's going to draw the attention of the audience over here. And then when we cut to the other character, suddenly the audience is looking over there, not over here. So I've totally ruined the eye direction. Or even if they're looking over here and they're, "Hi," and they do this. So they're looking, "Hi," and you get a big motion here. That attracts the audience's attention there. So, "Hi." And now when you cut over here, the audience is still looking over there. That's going to be a problem. So instead, I would have the character either, "Hi," they turn to look, that brings the audience's eye where they're looking, or they go, "Hi." Hi. They open up this hand closer to the character. That brings the audience's eye from my face, "Hi," to the hand, and then boop, to the other face. It led the audience's eye across the screen. So that is just something you have to learn as an animator. It's very important that we know how we can lead the audience's eye, and we can do it with motion or even with stillness. So if I'm doing this and I'm moving everything, the audience can't focus on anything. But if I'm doing this, the thing that audiences will focus on is the thing that doesn't move, which is my face right now. So even though I've got this crazy amount of motion, by keeping the head still, I can still keep focus. So when you have cartoony animation where the characters are doing like multiples and their arms are just swinging around like crazy, you can still keep focus if you animate the head correctly. So it's all just kind of the psychology of the human eye, really. Let's catch up here. It's the best person. Aw, thank you. Have I ever worked on anything on Artella? No, I've worked on Artella in the sense of I actually helped test Artella a lot of the time. But I never worked on a project myself. I've never had the time, unfortunately. I do want to start one eventually, though. What as the big project again? I took off my headphones right as you said it. I haven't announced it yet. I'm hoping to announce the big project in the next week or two. We'll see. As long as everything goes well. Like, it might not. It's in a very kind of, I wouldn't say unstable moment, but like it might work out and I can release it or start it in the next 2 weeks, or it might just explode and it might take another month. We'll see. Anyone here has went to the improv class or like Ed Hood class? I have not. I would love to take an improv or acting class though. Own project? Yeah. So I'm working on my own project in the sense that I'm working on like it's my own thing. It's not for anyone else. It's just for me, or for a bunch of people. But like it's something my brother and I started. But I read his book, Acting for Animators, and it was good advices. I think I do have that book. I don't know if I found time to read it though. Let's see. Can't be alone in a room to film yourself and let it go. Let's see. Catch up here. So are you like a 3D generalist, or are you only do animation? I would consider myself an animator first. That's my specialty. But I am a 3D generalist as well. I know most of the Maya pipeline in some way or another. So for example, I know how to model. I know a little bit about rigging. I haven't done it in a long time. I used to be pretty good at it and then didn't do it for years. I know animation. I know cloth simulation, rendering, lighting, a little bit of effects, a little bit of Bifrost and Mesh networks, some motion graphics, some NURBS modeling, sculpting, Substance. I've used. I know a little bit about it, but I only got a trial of it and then it ran out. I'm actually thinking of investing in it, just because I do want to make my own textures for things, and I think it would make it a lot easier for me. So eventually I do want to learn that as well. But that will be another time when I have free time. So yeah, I would still consider myself, even knowing all of that, I am an animator first. That is like what I do. The other stuff is I never really got paid to do. I just do it on my own because I kind of learned it. I did self-teach all of the other skills. All the other skills are self-taught. So I will say a lot of them are rudimentary at best, where it's like I know how to make it work, but I don't know if it's the right way to make it work per se, like in a studio pipeline. So I'm kind of like, I have to kind of fiddle around with it, I guess you could say, to make sure that it works correctly. But I do know how to do it, at least. Now, a lot of the stuff, also I know how to do scripting, Melon Python scripting, which is very helpful because I actually designed a plugin to hopefully help with students' works, or anyone's work, really. But it's all self-taught, and let's see, I'm looking at, okay, that's what's weird with the hand. So it's one of those things that as an animator, you don't need to know all of this stuff. Honestly, you don't. But if you do know it, it can make your life a whole lot easier at times. So for example, I created a plugin right here. This is the Screen Spacer plugin, which is available. Anyone can download this. It's totally free. I wanted to make this to help people. So if you're interested, you can check it out there. Totally free. Download it. Give it a try. If it helps you, I'm happy. So when, in this case, if you ever, I showed this earlier, but I'll show it again just as a demo here. In this case, there is a process where if you're ever animating a shot on twos, this is when you have a shot that is like keyed on every second frame, and those frames hold, or sorry, those keys hold. So it moves, holds, moves, holds, like the Spider-Verse film or like 2D animation. If you have that, it'll work fine until you move the camera. If you move a camera when that happens, what you'll get is this effect right here. You see how it's stuttering? The reason this is happening is because the object is holding every other frame. So the object will go forward like that. Then the camera moves because the camera is animated on ones. You almost always have to animate a camera on ones or else it looks very strange. So the camera is constantly moving, which means that when the object stops moving, it falls back, and then it catches up, and it falls back, and it catches up, and it falls back, and catches up, falls back, which creates this very visible and annoying strobing effect. You can see it in slow motion right there. So the plugin I wrote fixes this. Now, you can fix this literally manually. It's not that difficult to do, but it takes a lot of constraining, of connecting things together, and then if it doesn't end up working out, you have to kind of remove all of that and redo it. It's a pain, and you have to basically key things on every other frame. It's just a lot. Like if you have a long shot, 600 frame shot, you're spending so much time just trying to get this working, it's almost not worth it. The plugin I wrote basically takes all of those steps that you would have to do manually and makes it so you hit a button and it does it. And then you get that. So you can see what's happening is that now as the camera is moving, the camera never stops if you watch the grid on the ground. The camera is always moving, but the object holds still. You can see it just stops, freezes for 2 frames right there, and then moves. This is why it's called Screen Spacer, because it makes the object stay in the same position in screen space. Not in object space, but screen space. And that solves the issue. Now, as an animator, I don't need to know scripting. I can do it manually. But by knowing a little scripting, and this took me a year to do, to be fair, I also forgot about it for like 9 months. By doing that, I now have a tool that I built myself that I can easily apply to any other shot and save time. Now, this is like going to the extreme, but you can make little tools, just tiny little tools or little scripts that can make working in Maya way faster if you just know a little bit of scripting. So, is it necessary? Not at all. Is it useful? Very much. Let's see. Do you have ref for this riding shot? Yes, I do. Now, it's nothing that I filmed. I've never actually ridden a horse before. I had family who owned horses. I've grown up around horses, but I never rode a horse. So that's kind of the part of this demo, like this whole horse shot that I'm doing is showing that even if you can't shoot reference for something, or if you've never done something, as long as we analyze it correctly, we can still animate it. And this is the first time I've ever animated a character riding a horse too. I've never animated that before. So this is actually a good learning experience for me too. What do you think of the Rookies website? Is it awesome for 3D students in general? I've never heard of the Rookies actually. Rookies. Interesting. I'm opening it up right now. I'll have to take a look at that. So just with YouTube tutorials or on a site that you use to learn? Just YouTube tutorials, Google searches, a lot of just looking around for tutorials. Let's see. I'm actually in the draft selection, and that's because we're only 2 animators. So this is Python. Yeah, the script is all written in Python. I like Mel, but honestly, Python is way better. And at first I didn't care for it because I know how to use Mel. Why should I learn another script? And then I just forced myself to use Python, and I like it way more. It's so much more versatile than Mel script. It's like they both end up doing most of the same thing, but the thing with Mel script is that you have less versatility when it comes to... Oh, that's the wrong axis. Which axis do I want? You just have less versatility when it comes to getting the... How to say this? Getting things to link to other scripts. And just kind of file handling. It can be a little bit of a pain. So I actually prefer Python a lot more now. Let's see. Gnomon Workshop, I've done a couple of their tutorials once before. I really like them. They were really good. Just their kind of DVDs. That shows how old it is. Let's see. How would you go about animating a scene in 2D or 2s in 3D? Is it the same workflow as animating on 1s? Yeah, it's really the only difference is that you're going to go in step mode. So right now I'm in splines, which means all the keys are splined in between. But I would just go in step mode and make sure that I animate just put poses and keys on everything. So it's really just that. Now you do want to make sure that all of your keys line up. So on every pose change, you have key on everything and everything moves, or else things will feel janky where one hand will move, then another, then another. It just kind of gets very strange. It should all line up, but it's actually pretty simple. And like 2s, 3s, 4s, it's all the same. It's really just animating in step mode. So what I'm doing right now is I want to add a little overlap in the hand. So I'm just scaling this up. And Spirit Air, thank you so much for the follow. Let's see. You know, it works good when an animator that worked on Into the Spider-Verse actually paid Bo for the script. I know that made me so that shocked me. That was not something I expected. Need to offset this wrist. Hey Z Blue, thank you so much for the follow. Let's see. Yeah, something like that. So there we go. That gets us that motion. Now I can copy this curve. And I'm going to post it on... dang it. I don't have an axis for it. So I'm getting a little gimbal lock, which is causing it so that... or making it so that the hand can't be rotated in the axis I want. How do I want to do this? Turn on the rotation lock, maybe? No. Let's see. Okay, for now, this is good. I'll probably just have to add a constraint in there. Like that. And maybe that's a little too much, actually. Let's tone that down just a Scooch. A scooch. Oh, come on. Scale. That's what I want. Let's see. Oh, thanks, Z-Blue. I'm glad you like it. See, 2s are brilliant, and you don't have to worry about spline, which is amazing. Yes, that's the thing I like about animating on 2s or 3s or anything like that, is there's no splining, which means that you can actually animate faster in many ways. You still have to polish it up and get a lot of details in there, but there's a lot less fiddling with curves. There are some places that you get good body mechanics rigs besides Turong and the Body Mech rig. What I recommend is checking out Animation Buffet. This is a blog done by Jean-Denis Haas, who has an amazing... find the site here. Who has an amazing YouTube channel and is also a mentor at Animation Mentor as well. There's the website. Oh, someone already posted it. Perfect. Hey, someone already got it. So yeah, Animation Buffet is super helpful. Yeah, it's got a lot of rigs. Almost all of them are completely free. And the guy who runs it, Jean-Denis Haas, is amazing. He's super nice. So definitely recommend checking that out. So let's see, we've got the wrist overlapping here. Now, as we overlap, the fingers would have to curl a little bit. Now, this is where we can use the power of curves very nicely. So we talked about this earlier, how when your wrist comes up, your fingers curl. When they come down, they straighten. Well, instead of having to try and animate all of these controls by hand, which could be nightmarish, let's take all of these and let's just do all of them. We'll go all out with this. So first, let me grab the fingertip controls. So I'm just making sure I grab all of them. Then where is the next one? Purple, red, orange, brown, purple, red, orange, brown. Okay. So we've got all that. I'm going to set a key on everything. Let's make sure I set it to cycle. And we are going to take the rotation of the wrist. This is the rotate Y. Copy that. And then we're going to paste it on the rotate X, or sorry, rotate Z of the fingers. Yeah, the rotate Z on all the fingers. So take that, edit, paste. We get this. And automatically we get a mess. The reason it's becoming a mess is that we pasted the options and the curve, and they are lining up all to the same value. So let's undo that and make sure that we go to edit, paste, open up the options, and I want to connect the curves. What this will do is now paste them, but keep them in the same pose. So now we get that. So let's delete this first key here. And now we get this motion, this nice overlap in the fingers. But it's very robotic. Everything's moving together. The other thing is that it's going the wrong way. So right now the fingers are overlapping, where they are kind of, as the hand goes up, they straighten out, and then they curl, and they're doing this. That's the opposite of what we want. Fingers, as your wrist goes up, they curl in. As you go down, they straighten out. So they're doing the opposite. So I'm going to take all of these curves, and I'm just going to go to edit. It's going to break the hands. Just watch for it. I'm going to go to scale. And we get that. So now I'm just going to bring this back. And let's see, I might have to do this individually. Or I could do that. Or in this case, it's going to be easier if I just offset it by one cycle. So let's see, I want it to be going up right now. I want it to go down. So now we get this. So I just offset the curves, and now we get that. The fingers lining up to the rotation of the hand. So they're not overlapping, they're moving the way the hand would by stretching and curling with the wrist. Like so. Now it's a little much, but we can always tone it down after. But now we're starting to get something that feels a little, again, robotic. All of the joints are all moving together, which is just not that interesting, honestly. So let's make this a little bit more interesting. We'll take all of the first joints here and have those happen 1 frame sooner. And let's see how that feels. That breaks up that motion right there. Okay. Now, let's take the curves of the 3 other fingers here. And we're just going to take all of them, offset them all 1 frame. And then the pinky and the ring finger will offset that another frame. There we go. Now we get this slight offset with the fingers. This slight wave. Like that. And there we go. Now it's still a little much. So let's take all of these and scale these down. So I'm going to normalize the view. This brings all the curves kind of together. It means I can scale them together without having to affect any other. It's not going to start rotating in weird ways. There we go. Done. So I just animated all the fingers and got this nice natural overlap. And it's really just using 1 curve. So I animated the wrist, which, to be fair, I used the up and down of the body to animate the wrist. And now I've got a nice natural look to the fingers. You're not going to see anything there. Very quickly. So, yeah, the JD is the dad of animation on basically on YouTube, or, well, not on Twitch, definitely on YouTube. And OG Man, thank you so much for the follow. Have you worked in a studio? I have worked. I've never worked in a studio. This is one of the sad things, like, for me in my career, is I've never actually worked in a studio. I've worked for studios. I've worked a lot of freelance remotely, but never in a studio. I've worked on teams, but I've visited a lot of studios. I've done that, but I've never really been I've never been in a studio working day to day. So I still do remote work, but mostly it's teaching. And do I prefer teaching and streaming? I don't know if I prefer it. I like all of them. They're all different. It's not like one is way better than the other. Like with animation, working on a project, there's just something about seeing the project come to life that is so much fun. And kind of, especially when you're working on a good team, it's so fun to work with everyone. But with teaching and streaming, there's an element that I really love, which for me is that feeling of helping people that how to say this? I love that I love to be able to help people who might not have had another resource otherwise. If I can give them that little help that helps them get better or allows them to enter the industry or lets them reach their dreams, like that makes me so happy that I could be a small part in that. So it's a very rewarding experience for me, and one I really cherish a lot. Is it possible for an animator to work remotely full time? Yes. I know a lot of animators who do that, and especially in today's kind of environment, we can say, I guess, with all of the like everyone's working at home really right now. So it is totally possible. Just adding a little subtle elbow animation here, side to side. I was noticing that the elbow kind of felt a little wobbly. Now, if I do want to stabilize them, I can just bring those PBs back further. This song is so good. This is from Illusion of Gaia, and that game, for anyone who hasn't played it, it is a masterpiece. I love that game. So it's possible, yeah. You're doing such a great job, too. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, I find this music, it goes really well. It's just like this calm ride. I just imagine like a quiet, warm, sunny day. I don't know, I love this song. There you go. Line it up in the crosshairs. There we go. Get those eyes right in between the ears there. There we go. So I think we're pretty close to done here. Really, I think the last thing I need to do is I need to animate the knees, which I'm going to take the side to side of the hips again, and I'm going to see if I can use that as a starting point. Just to get a curve in there. I fell in love with her horse riding. So curves, I need the translate X. I'm also going to bring these out as well. Actually, no, let's keep that there. So translate X. Let's paste. Make sure we're looking at absolute view. And let's see. So right now, the knees are going to move with the body. Actually, let's normalize that and then scale this up. Also make sure we loop it, that'll help. Okay. So we get this. Actually, no. I'm going to remove this and I'm just going to key it by hand. The reason I want to key it by hand is I need a very specific thing. And if I'm working with existing keys, I think I'm just going to end up fighting Maya more than anything. So let's keep this simple. And what I'm going to do is just basically just look at where I need it to be. So for example, on frame 1, I want that knee to be ever so slightly out. It shouldn't be digging into the horse's side there. As it comes through, let's go maybe 8 frames. Now that knee needs to hold on to the horse a little bit more. Let's go forward again. That knee should be hugging the horse a little bit more. Then here, pushing out. And then probably pushing out a little bit further. So something like that. This is another great song. Why do you not want to copy my value? Copy. There we go. So let's clean up this curve here. And just break this down a little bit more. I kind of want a little bit smoother action right there. Let's see what we've got. So what I want is the feeling that the lower leg is the thing that's swinging, not quite so much the knee. So that's feeling good, but a little too much. I think I could tone it down. Because right now the knee is feeling pretty much locked in place, which is kind of what I want, but like halfway. It should feel like the knee is being strained because the inner leg muscle is holding in place, but it shouldn't feel like it's totally locked off. So I think like that. So this way it doesn't feel like it just moves exactly with the leg, but we still get a little bit of motion in there. Now let's do the other one. You need to make the horse look happy also. Yes, at some point that horse needs to be happy. Let's see, where are his facial controls? Oh wait, I think I have a display layer. Get the corners of the mouth here. There we go. And then let's take the eyes. They kind of look a little tired. Oh, dang it. Got the opposite. And open them up a little bit more. Maybe take the brows. Raise them up a little bit. Add a little bit more of a curve to them. Let's see. Now, do we have a crazed horse now? There you go. It needs a lot more work, but at least he doesn't look miserable. Okay. So, what? Okay, I was doing the knee. Totally lost track of what I was doing. So, let's do this. So, 1 to 28, create the cycle. So right here, let's bring that knee closer in. Man, it's playing a lot of good songs recently. Super Mario Sunshine was another game that I just adored growing up. I loved it so much. So good. Let's kind of ease this a little bit. Ease that a little bit. Something like that. Why you didn't copy the knee? Because the knees are opposites. I could copy and then flip it. But it's not going to be quite right. And the other thing is that each step on this horse is actually uneven. One step is shorter than the other. So in order to flip it properly, I would also have to offset it, but then that would misalign the steps. It's also that both feet are actually doing something slightly different on these steps, and I just noticed there's an issue with the rotate here. I'll have to fix that. The foot kind of pauses a little too much. So it was easier just to recreate it here. There's not that many keys, and it just less work overall. If that makes sense. So let's see. I started galloping. Horse cycle, can you give me some tips? Definitely. So let me do in here. I just want to adjust my rotate Y. Why do I want to? It's feeling like it's rotating too late. No. I think that's better. Yeah, that's better. There we go. I think I can also take my rotate X. I think it's X, yeah. Maybe scale it down a little bit here. It just feels a little too much. Okay. There we go. So let me save, because I just realized I haven't saved in forever. And let's take a look at this shot here. And if I forgot any other shot, definitely let me know. Oh, that's a good pose there. So let's take a look here. Nice. Okay. So overall, feeling really good. The main thing is the chest kind of feels pinned in place. It's almost like there's a pin just holding the horse in place. The chest needs to have a little bit more up and down to it. The way I kind of think about it is when you're animating a horse and any quadruped, what you can do is think about it as animating two normal walk cycles. You've got a hip there and then a hip there with legs. So just animate them separately, kind of doing their own thing. And that way you make sure you have the ups and downs on both of them, and the side to side, all the rotations, but you're just imagining them kind of separate. And then if you do it right, which like you'd want to do it right either way, but basically you get your mechanics right, what it'll do is create the nice natural motion in the spine. So here it's just kind of making sure that chest has the up and down, left and right, all of that stuff. Now the chest is going to be less intense than the hips. The hips of a quadruped are typically their power source. That's why if you look at them, like look at that muscle right there. It's huge. It's a big muscle because it's there to push the character or the horse forward. Whereas here, you do have the shoulders up here, but they're not really made for pushing. They're just kind of for steering. The front legs are for steering, which means that they're more delicate, which means that there's going to be less intense up and down, side to side motions. But they're still in there. So that's the first thing there. There's something about the head that feels a little off. I wonder if it's too mechanical. Let's see, what's this view? So what I mean by too mechanical is it kind of feels like it's just going straight forward, back, And if you watch horses running, they tend to have a little bit of kind of this motion where it's twisting and it's kind of pushing forward with an angle. It's going, I'm gonna exaggerate here, it's doing this, where it's kind of leading with one side of the face. You don't have to do too much because then it creates this very like sideways run, but just a little bit will help remove that just mechanical straight forward back. Now the other thing I'm kind of feeling is that the hips kind of feel a little weightless. As they come down, it feels like it needs to come down a little harder and then stay down a little longer. So right here, don't let it come up so fast. So if you look at your spacing right here, the hip goes up back to the same level that it was here. So it's going there and then there. And it's actually matching the spacing perfectly, going up and down, which makes it feel mechanical. There's not much weight. Oh, take care, Boromark. So as it's coming down, let that, let's say you've got your curve like this. The spacing, let's say this is the extreme down. The spacing coming in should be more extreme, and then the spacing coming out should be a little bit more subtle. Like that's a exaggeration of it, but make sure that it doesn't do this, where you got the lowest point there, and then the keys are lining up, or the positions are lining up on both sides. This makes it feel very mechanical. So watch your translate Y, and this would apply to the translate X, translate Z, the rotations, all of it. If there's weight being pushed into something, it takes more energy to push weight than to let it come to a stop. So that's going to be harder to get started. Now it kind of feels like you're missing the weight on the fetlock of the horse. The fetlock is this point right here. The wrist, you could say. So as it contacts here, you get this straight, but then here it kind of feels like this needs to kind of come down a little bit more. And then kind of flip there to show the weight. And then as it comes up here, really push that rotation of the hoof. And then drag it. Same thing here. As it's coming down, I think you could try to extend the hoof straight and then let it land and let that weight get taken in the fetlock here. Just a little bit more. I'm exaggerating this. You don't have to go this far. Now, to be fair, I haven't analyzed horse runs in a long time. I've done mostly walks, but kind of feel like you could push that a little bit more. Also watch your spacing right here. You're getting this is not a big deal because if your shot ends up being from a different camera angle, it's not going to matter, but you're getting a visual spacing pop. So on one frame, you've got the foot here, and on the next frame, oh, sorry, it's right here. So you've got, oh, one frame back. You've got this pose right here. This is the back leg. And then on this frame, see how now the front leg is lined up almost exactly where the other pose was. There's a very little change. Whereas, let's do this in red, this pose matches up with this one. The same angle of the hoof. It's almost like that foot has gone forward. So if I do this, what it feels like is one foot is just going forward while the other one stays in place. It creates a pop, a visual pop. So watch that your silhouettes don't pop like that. It's not a big deal, but it creates a slight visual stammer, I guess you could say. Yeah, and then make sure that there's some forward and back on the chest and the hips. So some translate Z, forward and back, because even if the horse is running, there's going to be kind of this contrast in motion, which is going to accordion the spine a little bit. You see this mostly in cats. Like cats, you see that a lot, where on one pose, they'll be like this with their back like way out, and then on the next pose, they're stretched out and longer. Their spines are so flexible. Horses don't have flexible spines, but you will still get a little bit of it. So for example, if you watch this horse, it's not as extreme as a gallop. But if we look at it from the side view, watch the chest and hip controls. See how they're kind of moving forward and back ever so slightly? Just a little doot, 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 doot. It gives that flexibility to the animal. Just a little bit. So yeah, I think those would be my main notes for you. The big thing is the chest. Pushing that in and getting all the rotations and translations in that chest is going to help a lot. Cool. And Rhiannon, hey, thank you so much for the lurk. And I do want to mention this. If anyone's ever, I know some streams, people get, I don't know why, like streamers get mad that people lurk. I never knew the reason for that. But honestly, if you guys want to lurk with power. Do it and just enjoy the stream. As long as you're enjoying the stream, that's what matters to me. So, yeah, definitely. I have no. What is the word here? Like, as long as the stream is helping, that's my goal. That is the top. Anything above that is bonus for me. So as long as you can watch the stream and enjoy it, I'm happy. So I'm glad that you like the tips. Your gallop is reading very well. I do want to say that. Like a lot of the things I mentioned are just nitpicky notes. Let's see, I always lurk. Avid lurking is completely welcome. I need a lurk icon actually, just for people to kind of like, yeah, lurking, and be proud of it. It needs to be an awesome icon. But let's see here. I'm trying to think what else I need to add here. I've got the fingers. I've got the face. Definitely needs something. So right now, actually, let's do this. This should help add a lot more life to the character very easily. So right now what's happening is that her eyes, the eye control is locked to her head. So you can see that it's bouncing around with her head. This is not really how we function. When we move, our eyes lock on something and then stay still. So all I need to do is set this to 1, and now that eye control stays still and the eyes are focused on a spot. So yay, that works. Except now it's too much. Our eyes tend to move a little bit when we move our head. Even if I'm focused on something, our eyes will adjust. So a good little tip here is set it to 0.9 or 0.8. That means that it'll lock in place, but you also get just a hint of motion. So what I can do now is take that eye control and I'm just going to bring it down. Let's kind of look here. So let's kind of focus on her face here. And oops, there we go. And then bring that eye control kind of slightly down. So she looks like she's looking actually down to the ground versus just at nothing. And then I might actually put this to 0.7. We'll see how that works. So now there's just a little bit of motion. 0.8. Yeah, a little tighter. So this way, as she's looking, we still have the offset of the eyes. Now, it would be more clear if like I just do this. You see how the eyes still face towards the camera? I still have that, but I am not going to be dealing with the That locked off feeling. I think that's better for the distance that I put this at. So there we go. So that alone should help with the life of the face quite a bit. It's a subtle thing, but eyes are so important to animation that that if the I'm playing it backwards. If the eyes are even just a little like dead looking, it makes things feel very strange. I think I need to drag the shoulder back here a little bit. Feels a little too synced up. Yeah, and Sir Wade is doing a 24-hour stream. I don't know how he does it. I would love to do a 24-hour stream someday. I think it would be kind of fun. The main thing is trying to find a time that works for me. Because most of my days I'm teaching early and late classes. So it would either, the stream would get in the way of a class, or I won't have slept, which is not good. Now, there is one thing I haven't animated yet, and I need to do it because you can't forget about it, is the neck. Oh, and also Blackened Wolf, thank you so much for the follow. So I need to animate the neck. I'm just going to animate and translate X for this shot. I could add a little Z, but honestly, it's so little that we won't notice. And really all I'm going to do is I need it to match the neck. Or sorry, I need the neck to match the head rotation forward and back. So I'm just going to copy that curve. Let's paste it on here. Make sure I set my infinity first. Oop. Rotate X. Paste. Now it's going to be a little too much, I believe. So let's see. To test this, I always just scale it up, see what it's going to do. So yeah, it's also going the wrong way, I believe. So let's go crazy with this. Yeah. So as the head comes down, I want the neck to go down with it. So let's see. So I think I need to flip my curve. Okay. The next thing I want to do is I'm going to look at the straightest point of the neck and make sure it doesn't go too straight. The neck has a forward lean to it, so I want to make sure that that kind of stays consistent. Okay, that's feeling a little odd. Let's see. Let me actually test something here. So going down brings the curve up. Going down, curve up. Okay, so no, it shouldn't be scaled. Okay, that's good then. Okay, yeah, that's better. Now, the big thing is that the neck is moving a lot right now. So I'm just going to go to the lowest point here. Bring that back. Still forward, but not too much. And then let's offset it one frame. This will create a little offset in the neck and head. I'm still debating about iAnimate or Animation Mentor. I know you teach Animation Mentor, but I don't know. Pick the one that is going to be best for you. I love Animation Mentor, but any school you pick is going to be good. I know the people who teach at iAnimate. I know the people who teach at Anim School. They are amazing people. So you're not going to go wrong regardless of where you go. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. Especially if the big thing for me is make sure that you don't put yourself into financial strain. I know that Animation Mentor is kind of the more expensive of all of them. So make sure you don't put yourself in a situation. That back leg is annoying me. Cycle isn't quite right. Don't put yourself in a situation where you're gonna have to fight to get each term done. And yeah, and then like Sin mentioned there, watch their showcase reel, what mentors they have. Maybe, for example, you really want to work at Disney. Well, if they have a lot of Disney animators, that's going to be a good way of knowing what Disney wants to see. But yeah, let's see. You and Sir won't like me if I choose iAnimate. No, that I know a lot of people who go to other schools. I actually know the heads of the other schools, and they are amazing. Yeah, and Noelia has a great suggestion there. If you can find some of the students who've gone to those schools, ask them about it. What did they like about it? What did they think about the program? I like this song. It goes well with the walk. It's like the beat almost lines up. I'm leaning towards iAnimate. Let's see, I'm trying to think. iAnimate. They have good rigs. Yeah, what was the name? I used to have his business card here. Give me 1 second. So I'm gonna find a business card here. Scoot my way back. Haha. Okay. So I'm gonna message you this. I'm not gonna post it publicly here because I don't think you'd appreciate that too much. But I'm gonna whisper an email to you. This is the email for Richard Arroyo, who is the head of game animation at iAnimate. So I got to meet him last year at CTN. We actually hung out for a while. He is an amazing person, a lot of fun to talk to. If you have any questions about iAnimate, message him. So you should have gotten a whisper with the email. Message him and ask him some questions. And he might be able to give you kind of more in-depth on iAnimate and maybe help you make that decision. Now, if you're not sure and you still want to go to Animation Mentor, like thinking about that, I would send an email to, or just go to Animation Mentor and hit the contact us. That'll go to Tim and Mars, who are really awesome people, and they can talk to you about Animation Mentor and see what you're looking for. And this is the big thing, like, let them know what you're looking for in the school. Let them know what you want, because you're the one paying the money. The school, it shouldn't conform to what you want, but it should be the thing that it should help you achieve what you want. And that should kind of be kind of the goal. So, oh, you didn't get an email? Interesting. Did I not whisper it? No, it should have gone. Interesting. At the bottom of the Twitch page, there should be like a little purple icon or something that says whispers, or maybe it's at the top near the bell. There should be a little whisper thing. So let's see. Jason Ryan. I'm an anime student. If you can afford, go to AM. Oh, interesting. It's not that that I don't like it, but the community is bigger. That is the big advantage of Animation Mentor. Of all the schools, the Animation Mentor community is huge and very close. A lot of the students in here are Animation Mentor students. If you're an Animation Mentor student, actually just like put an emote or something. Maybe the drinking emote, because I should drink some more. Or just any emote, like post in there. Like most of the people here are AM students. And they are very close. Some of the most awesome people I've ever met are AM students, and it's because they always are there to help each other. No other school has that. So in terms of like AM, it's the most expensive, but you are getting what you pay for. I say that with full honesty, not just because I work there, but because I went there. As a student, I went there. I paid that price, actually more, because I was in Canada at the time. The exchange rate was terrible, so I paid quite a bit more. Not as much as other people do, but still quite a bit. And I would pay it again. I would go there over again in a heartbeat because of the community. In terms of what you learn, every school kind of teaches you the same things, honestly. Some are better in some things, others better in other things, but nothing beats the AM community. And that's something you're going to have not just when you're at AM, but after AM. And for the rest of your career as an animator, you're going to have the AM community. I know people who I met 7 years ago or 9 years ago now when I was a student that I still talk to. I know people who started AM when it first started, which was 15 years ago now, and they came back to the school and it's like, hey, how is everyone? And it's like 15 years and they're still active. It's amazing. Honestly, it is fantastic. I've never seen a community like it. Let's see. I've noticed this about my university. People who graduate do so well because people help each other. Exactly. It's that community. And if you look at like Cal Arts and stuff like that, a lot of the most famous people like Genndy Tartakovsky, and a bunch of like the big animators of that time who went there, the people who went to Pixar, a lot of them are from the same class. They all learned together, then they graduated and they went all out. Not because they were especially talented compared to everyone else. It's because they had a community to help them with things and to learn from and improve their learning. It's amazing the difference it makes when you have people to help you learn and that you are helping to learn. It is amazing. I cannot express how amazing that is and how much it will push you ahead of anyone else in terms of skill, but also in terms of opportunities. So be, as much as, again, the price, I would always say, make sure your budget can afford it. Don't go over budget. Don't go into debts for learning. I'm not a fan of that. But if you can, Animation Mentor is worth it. To me, at least. See, my best friends are from AM. Me too. All of my best friends are from AM. And some of them I haven't talked to in years because they're on the other side of the world. But I still consider them my friends, and if ever they needed anything, I'd be there to help them, and I know they would be the same for me. So that community is so powerful. Yeah, we know people who even met their partners. I know at least 3 people who got married while going to AM. They met at AM, and then a few others who just kind of started going out. They're not married yet. But yeah, they're couples, like at least half a dozen. So you meet your friends from AM at CTN. Yeah, at CTN and other conventions. Let's see. And Solo Sister, thank you so much for the follow. Do Animate have in-person graduation after classes? I do not know. I know Anim School does, I believe. I animate. I do not know. What's AM graduation like? It's a lot of fun. It's basically these people that you've never seen in person before, and you feel like you've known them your whole life, which is so weird because, for example, on stream here is the same kind of situation in Animation Mentor. Like, this is all you see of people for the whole time you know them at Animation Mentor when you're a student. You see this. And it's like, does anyone have legs? Do we see anything? Like, it's just that. And this is our interaction with people. Usually there'd be a little back and forth. Someone else would be up on camera too. So you'll talk to that person for like a year and a half, 2 years. And then if you go to graduation, you finally see them in person. And there's two things that happen. One, it feels like you've known them for your whole life. Like, for example, when I first met Sin and Noelia at CTN, it's like, yeah, I talked to them online for so long, and now it's like, it doesn't feel that different. And yet, this is the first time I've actually met them in person. The other thing is that most of the time, people are either taller or shorter than you think. For example, there's one student, Andrew, met him in person. He's a giant. He's huge. I did not expect him to be so big. And it's just on screen, everyone seems about the same height because, well, it's all on camera. And everyone kind of sits usually at the same height on screen. Some people will be low on camera, some people will be high. But like in general, people are all about the same size. So when you see them in person beside each other, it's like suddenly these people who seem the same height are vastly different. Which, that's basically the two main things. Let's see. We went from never seeing anyone in real life and then boom, 19 of us stayed in the same Airbnb. Yeah, and like we visited that Airbnb and it was amazing. It's like, yeah, all these people that we know, and it's like, hello, nice to see you again for the first time. Let's see. It is an amazing experience. It is really amazing. I said I was so short. I've been saying I'm a meter and a half. Yeah, Andrew was huge. Let's see. Okay, so I think, let's see. I don't really want to get job for game animation. Do you know where one would be better? Do you know where one would be better? So you don't want to work in gaming? So if that's the case, feature film or TV would be a good alternative. Honestly though, I would say don't discount gaming. I know like everyone has preferences, so if you really don't like gaming, don't go to it. Go to TV and film. But gaming animation, I know a lot of people who they started out as like, I don't want to go games, I want to go film and TV, and then they somehow along the path they transitioned to gaming. Most of them, not all, but most, loved it so much that either they spent many years there or they never went back. Gaming has a lot of perks that TV and film doesn't have. And it might seem more restricting, but as an animator, it's often more rewarding than TV and film. Oh, take care, Amin. Is it better to get into gaming than TV and film? No, it's just different. Everything is different. Like with film, you get to polish a shot a lot more. You get to really refine, get all the tiny details in there, which is fantastic. But it's longer. Like you spend longer on a shot. You also tend to have less creative freedom in film because there's already a lot of directors and storyboard artists and everything who've basically thought of the shots and exactly how they're going to work before you've gotten to it. Which means that when you're animating, you're basically animating what people tell you to do. Which is nice, But if you thrive on creating something yourself and making something new, that can be disheartening, I guess you could say. Where it's just like you never feel like you're adding something, or just very rarely adding something yourself. TV is, you have a little bit more freedom, but much faster schedules. So you don't get to polish things up as much. Things aren't as pretty. So you have to work faster. But that actually is a benefit, because if you learn to work faster, then when you do work on a bigger shot, for example in film, you can get it done faster and you're a better animator for it. Also, you get more creative freedom in film, typically. Gaming, that is where you have the most creative freedom. Again, typically. In gaming, you really have the ability to create something that you want versus just doing what you're given. It's also a fun puzzle. There's a lot of like trying to figure out how the game engine works and how the animations have to work with each other. That might seem complicated at first, but once you get used to it, it's really fun. And to see all of your animations that you put in to your shot suddenly come together, and now the character is jumping and bouncing off a wall and running, and it's like, I animated one thing and now it's this glorious thing. It's just so cool. Especially when you have the game engine on your computer, and then you can animate something and okay, save it out, export it, and then you turn on the game and it's like, there's your animation in the game, and you're literally moving it yourself. It's so cool. Like, I cannot describe how cool that is. Now, with that said, gaming is probably the fastest turnaround for most shots, so you have the least amount of time to work on it. But I don't know, it's really fun. Now, the other thing to keep in mind is that there's a lot of cinematics in games. So typically there's going to be two teams in gaming: the cinematics team versus the actual gaming team. If you're interested in like more feature film stuff, go to the cinematics side, and then you can animate like feature film quality stuff, but it's still gaming. So yeah, it's how to say it, I wouldn't discount it. This is not to say, oh yeah, just go to gaming. No, if you dream, if your goal is to be in Disney, Pixar, and do that kind of stuff, aim for that. Shoot for that. But don't discount gaming. I've seen people who got offered a gaming job, a really good gaming job, and went, nope, gaming, that's not real animation. It was basically like that, not real animation. And it's like, no, do it. It's fun, for one. It's animation regardless, and you're gonna learn something. A lot of the best film animators that I know worked in gaming at some point, and all of them who have said that gaming was hugely influential, the gaming animation, in getting their skills up to the level that actually got them into film. Because you learn things in gaming that you don't normally learn elsewhere, but it's very crucial to getting fast work and high quality work. So yeah, hopefully that helps. Let me catch up with the chat here. It's not a good time. I hope we get to CTN. I want to graduate. Yeah, I don't think CTN is going to be happening this year, unfortunately. But hopefully the year after. I don't think CTN will happen. It'll be too risky. I would love it for you to go, but it would have to be 100% safe and without a vaccine. Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't risk it for me personally. I hope we get a graduation. It would suck that we would probably be the only class. No, if graduation doesn't happen this year, what'll end up happening most likely is that there's just going to be a bigger graduation next year. So you might not get your graduation might not happen this year, but your graduation will be next year, and it'll be a huge one with 8 classes coming in to graduate together, which that would be awesome, because then you get to meet everyone, which would be cool. So yeah. Let's see. For video games, if you want to go in game animation and for cinematics too, what should you do? What should you focus on? It's the same things. So if you're starting to learn animation, just learn the same things. Once you've learned animation and kind of like now you're just practicing, gaming tends to be more physical actions, whereas film tends to be more acting. So you just kind of tailor your reel for games to have more physicality stuff. For film, more acting, like close-ups and moments of just characters talking, still having some mechanics in there, but gaming would be like jumping over a wall, firing some guns, things like that. What would happen in the video game? Let's see. So yeah, let's see. I think with that, looking at the walk here, seeing what I'm missing, I think we've pretty much got the walk in place, honestly. Like there's a few little things that I could do, like I could animate that hand a little bit better. Kind of feels like it's slipping a little bit. But overall, it's not bad. The finger poses need work on there, but that's just kind of final polishy stuff. After you watch this was super helpful. I'm glad it was helpful. So I think I would actually call this done for now. Like I would have to do a layer of polish, but before I ever do polish, one thing I force myself to do is take a break. Like I've been looking at this for about 6 hours now. To be fair, we've only animated, like actually animating, maybe an hour or 2. The rest is a lot of talking and explaining. If I was animating this on my own, like this probably would have taken maybe 2-3 hours. We'll say something like that. Yeah. So before I go into polish, what I would want to do is take a step away. Take a step, stop looking at it, do something else, come back maybe 20 minutes later, and then look at it and see what needs to polish. Because if I start polishing now, I might be missing a mistake that is like glaring and staring me in the face, and I'll polish it up, leave, come back, and then go, why did I not fix that? Something horrible was wrong in the very mechanics of the character. Oh my god, why didn't I fix that? And now I have to redo all my polish. So I try never to just rush into polish. That is a recipe for pain and something I really don't want to do. But I think with that, we can probably call it, let me save, because that's something I've forgotten to do. Probably call this here. Is that I really want to make them both. Yeah, gaming and film, I like them both. And honestly, if you just let your career take you along, you'll most likely have a chance to work on both. Gaming and film they go hand in hand a lot of the time. Film, TV, all of that. So I wouldn't put too much stress on trying to learn both, because honestly, regardless of which one you choose, it's all animation in the end. It all comes down to the same 12 principles of animation, all of that. And all it is a little change of hardware and software. That's it. Other than that, it's the same. Even if you animate in 2D, it's the same principles, just instead of a computer, you're using a pencil and paper. So, or you're using Toon Boom and drawing. But it's the same principles, the same animation ideas. I've been working on a Disney TV series for a year now. Nice. That's awesome. That's so cool. And in the meantime, I've got the chance to work on a gaming project. Nice. Yeah, so that happens as well, where you're working on a project and then you're between projects. You still have a job, but you're kind of in limbo. So then you'll work at another studio for just a little bit, doing something else, doing some gaming maybe, and then you jump back in, and there's just like, it's very fluid. So yeah, you'll definitely have an opportunity. So with that, let me go full screen here. I think we can, let's see. Oh, but like Bo said, the quota is super high. Yeah, 4 to 6 seconds a day, exactly. You have to do a lot of animation in a day, which you get used to, and then when you go back into film, you're faster, which makes your film animation better. And then you learn the polished stuff in there, and then you go back into gaming, and now you know that polished stuff, which makes your gaming stuff better. So it's interchangeable, and you learn from both. I'm so slow, guy grinding corner. I tend to be slow, especially when I'm doing like talks like this. My speed crashes down. I am such a slow animator when I stream. It's horrible. Like 6 hours and I just animated the top half of the character. I would not survive in a studio at that speed. But you do get faster. The more experience you get, the faster you get. Now I've got a choice: stay in gaming or go back to TV. Oh, that's a hard choice. Yeah. So I hope this demo was helpful. Kind of seeing how I would approach, and actually let's go back here and kind of go over this. So I hope this demo was helpful in kind of seeing how I would approach animating something that I've never animated before. I've never animated a character sitting on a horse before and all of that. So hopefully that was interesting, kind of seeing how I would do that. Also something that I've never done myself. I've never ridden a horse. So a lot of this was kind of studying the mechanics and trying to really analyze why and how things are moving. Also kind of seeing the layered animation style. Hopefully it kind of gave you ideas of how you can simplify the animation process in a lot of ways. This is not the only way to animate, but one way to get a lot of animation done very quickly. The other thing that I wanted to really emphasize is, as I was doing this, I made a lot of mistakes. I animated things and it didn't turn out. I flipped a curve and it's like, ugh, it turned out worse. Flipped it back. Lots of undoing, lots of trial and error. That's part of the process. A lot of people, when they see the process, they see the start and then they see the end. They don't see the middle. And it makes it look like, and this goes with the art, with anything, it makes it look like whoever did it basically just snapped their fingers and it's like, poof, magically amazing. Most of the time it isn't. Most of the time there's a lot of thinking that goes through, a lot of going back to the drawing board, thinking about what went wrong, trying again, before you get something that actually works. So as students, many of you are students here, make sure that you don't punish yourself for not succeeding right away. That's part of the process. Even after doing it for years, you will still have moments where you're learning and you're trying to do something you've never done before.